Hi everyone, welcome back in another project where we're going to be creating a full stack project manager and we're going to use React, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, clerk for authentication, and Next.js of course. So that's the landing page as you can see. So it's very simple. We're having the header, some text, the button to get the user started, and an image of the application and the key features. So also another thing that I want to show you is that it's fully responsive as you can see. So let's hit sign in. And as you can see, we're going to be headed to the sign in page. So we're going to use Clerk for authentication. And I'm going to click on Google to be able to uh, get authentified by my Google account. So after that, we're going to be headed towards this awesome dashboard. So we're having the sidebar here, we're having the search bar, the button to be able to add a new project, of course, and also to be able to sort the elements by order or by date. And also we're having the project themselves. And also we're having at the right sidebar some numbers, the percentage of the overall completion of the projects, and also some numbers at the bottom, and the projects that I completed recently, they are in here. So and I'm gonna start by first adding a new project. So as you can see, it's already sorted by new projects, and I'm going to add a project named test just to show you how things are working, and click on add project. So as you can see, our project has been added successfully. We can be able to modify or update our project. And also another thing that if I don't type anything in here, we're going to have this error because we're going to use Zot and React form library for that. So let me add the project name here, and I'm going to just add a random icon and click on Edit Project. And as you can see, our project has been edited successfully. We can be able to delete the project, and we're going to have this form telling us if we want to really delete a project. Click on delete, and something happened in here, probably because of the connection. So I'm going to do it again. So normally this is working, but I don't know why. So as you can see, it has been deleted because of my network is pretty slow. So that's why it was a delay to be able to delete this project. So here I want to show you another thing, like if I add, so I'm gonna create the project with the same name, and if I click on here, as you can see, we're going to have this awesome form to be able to add the new task. So we're having the task name, the priority. So we're going to create this drop down to be able to select the priorities, and we're having all the projects in here. So as you can see, it's already selected to test, and I'm going to add something in here like a new task. So that's the name that I choose for. And I'm going to select the low property and click on add task. Hopefully that's going to be added. And as you can see, it has been added successfully. So when I click on the text test project, as you can see, I'm going to be headed toward this page, and the project is going to be selected automatically to be able to show all the tasks in here. So I'm going to show you some of the things that we're having inside the page. We're having the search bar, the button to be able to show up the form that I already showed you, and also the drop down to be able to select the project that we want. And also we can select all the projects in here. And also we're having the tab to show the completed task just to make things organized. And here, as I showed you, we're having the project, so we can be able to select only the tasks that are related to the project that we want. So if I go back to our test project, as you can see here, when I click on check, so it's going to be set to 100%. And if I go here, I'm going to find it in here. And if I go back here, I'm going to find the project percentage has been updated. Also, I'm going to find the project in here, and also it's going to be updated automatically because of React. So let's go back to the project, so I can click just from here to go to the project, just to make things a lot simpler for the user. So now we are going to be able to modify the task if we want to. So I'm going to click, or to add another word, I'm going to change the task priority, and also I can be able to change the project, and also I can be able to change the icon. So when I click on edit task, as you can see, the project is not here anymore because we changed the project. So if I hit all projects, and if we go here on the ongoing tasks, probably it is here. And as you can see, so that's the actual project that we updated. And as you can see, it has been updated inside the marketing campaign. So let's go to the marketing campaign project. And as you can see, so this is our new project task that we created that has been modified. And also we can be able to delete the project. And as you can see, the task, sorry, as you can see, the task has been deleted. And also we can be able to sort all our projects like this successfully. And finally, we can be able to log out by clicking on the logout. So it is an interesting project to build, and you're going to learn a lot of things and how you can be able to manage all of these complexities using React. So if you are interested about building this project, stick with me till the end of this video. Hi, welcome back in Visual Studio Code. And as you can see, I already installed the Next.js project, but I'm going to walk you through all the steps that I did to be able to do so. And I think that you are pretty familiar with that, so I'm going to just do this very quickly. So for the ultimate beginners, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the Next.js webpage, and we're going to go to the installation page. And the first thing that you should do, make sure to install the Node.js in your system. So there is a link provided in here to be able to install it. Then the next step, we're going to copy this command line and go back to your terminal and paste it in here. So I'm not going to do it because I already created my project, and you will have these following prompts to be able to choose the project name. But for the other prompts, I just use the default options, meaning TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, and I didn't use the source folder, I just used the app folder. And for the other ones, I just choose the default options. So after that, we're going to use the icons, and the library that I choose to be able to do that, and it is Material UI, and they have a lot of icons, as you can see. And this is what we are going to use. To be able to use it, first we need to install it. So go to their, so that's the path of their website. So we're not going to use the components from this library, even though that they're having a lot of beautiful components, but we're going to use only the icons. So after copying this, go back to your terminal and paste it in here. So I'm not going to do this again because I already have done it. So after doing that, I'm going to show you how to be able to install the fonts. So fonts are very necessary for your design to really pop up. And I choose the Poppins font, and I'm going to show you how to do so in a project, in a Next.js project. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the layout.tsx, and here, so let me close this. I added the Poppins object from this package. Then I added the Poppins variable. So these are the properties of it. And finally, in the body tag, I add the Poppins stat variable into the class name. So after doing so, I'm going to close this, and I'm going to open up the global.css. And here I added the Poppins utility class, and we're going to use the variable that we created inside the layout.tsx. So after creating this poppin, I'm going to use it. If we go to the page.tsx, I'm going to use it in here so it can apply to all the child components inside this home, because the home component is the parent one. So this is basically how we can be able to create a new project. with Next.js. So the next thing that I'm going to create is the sidebar. Then I'll be back to explain all the things that I did to make this component in our project. So after setting up our project, the next thing that I created right off the bat is the sidebar. So as you can see, we're having this very simplistic sidebar. We're having the icon, so I just choose this icon. We're having these three elements, so we're gonna have this for the all projects, this for the tasks, and this for if the user want to log out. And because we're going to use the for authentication, we're going to use clerk so that the user can be uh, authenticated to be able to access to the dashboard that we're going to create. And then I just added this um, this rectangle to be able to add um, the profile image of the user. And I added this border just temporarily just to let you know the width of the sidebar, how it's going to be. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this components folder. So inside of it, I created this sidebar.jsx. And notice here we are importing all of these icons that we're using in here from the MUI, which is cool. So first, I created this sidebar functional component that's going to return these three functional components or child functional components because each part, so each part is in its own component, just to make sure that everything is organized. And that's the power of React. So we're going to start from the utility classes for the sidebar. So the width it's going to be 97 pixel. The height it's going to be 100 VH. And also I added a little bit of padding at the bottom and at the top. The background is going to be white flex and flex color, and also we are using justify between just to be able to automatically place all of these items like this. And also the power of justify between or using flex, even as you can see when I zoom in and zoom out, we can be able to save the positions like this for all of these components rather than using margins and all of that. Flex, it's going to do the calculation for you when you zoom in and zoom out. So that's pretty interesting thing to learn. And here I'm adding this border just temporarily. So here we're having these child components. We're going to start by the logo. So the logo, as you can see, we are just returning one element or one icon. So here, as you can see, we're having some utility classes, some of them that I need to actually delete because I wanted to create a rectangle, color the rectangle and put inside of it the logo, but I found like just sticking with that looks much nicer. So here we're having the icon and here we are changing the color of the icon like this and also the font size. So next, we're going to go to the menu. And inside the menu, we're having three elements or three icons. And to be able to really position position them like this, we're using the flex and the flex column and a little bit of gap just to have some space between all of them and the item center so you can be able to center them. So here we're using pretty much the same utility classes for each icon. We're having the size, and also this, it's not going to be like this when we start making this functionable. But the first thing that, or the first step as every web developer need to do is to first create the design, then make things functionable by using all the features from React. So we're going to do this. And finally, I have this profile functional component just returning this simple div, this rectangle with this background. So that's pretty much for the sidebar, and this is how it's going to look like. So the next thing that I'm going to add is I'm gonna start working on this all this container where we're going to be showing all the projects and also other things that I'm going to show you as we move on with our project. So after creating the sidebar, the two components that I add is this part and this part. So I left this part because we're gonna add another sidebar at the right to be able to show some statistics. And also here we're going to create um, a place where to be able to show all our projects. So we're having the search. So that's going to be the final design because I already created the design, but I don't want to just show it to you all at once. I want to just show things gradually so you can be able to understand how to create this. So that's why everything seems calculated because I already created the whole design of it, and I think that's the best approach to go about creating a new project. So let's go back to the VS Code to show you how to be able to create this. And also what we're going to learn from this project is how to be able to structure your project and how to be able to create things in a fashion way so that your code can be readable. So the first thing that I did, I created a new folder. I called it Pages, and inside of it, I created the All Projects folder because when we are going to start working on the tasks, we're going to create another folder called All Tasks. And this folder, we're going to create the Components folder where we're going to be storing all the components related to the All Projects page. So let's start by first, let's go back to the page. And here, as you can see, I added this all projects functional component, which is this one. So also another thing that I didn't mention inside the home or the page.tsx, I'm using Flex just to make sure that we're having the sidebar are aligned like this. So we're having the sidebar and next to it, we're having the projects page. So if we go to the all projects here, as you can see, we're having the all projects area. And also I added this comment just to let you know that we're going to add another sidebar within this all projects. And inside this all projects area, which is this part here. So let me add a border just to see how it is positioned in the DOM. So that's a tip that I use. I add borders just to know how things are looking up in the DOM. So this is the part that I'm talking about, where we're going to be adding the list of the projects and all of these components. So here, as you can see, that's why I'm adding the width 78% because the remaining width it's going to be for the component for the sidebar that I'm going to add. So we're adding a little bit of padding, flex colon, just to make sure that are aligned like this, all of these components. And I just added the border just to let you know how it is looking into the DOM. And here we're having these two components. So this one for the search and the button and the top, and this one for the project's subheader. So let's go to the project's header, and this project's header, as you can see, I created it inside the components folder. That has as well two components. We're having the search bar, which is this part, and we're having the button. So I separated them like this because when we're going to start adding some code and making this functionable, it's going to be kind of a spaghetti code, and creating this from the baseline, it's going to be much easier later on to just not be confused. So let's go to the search bar functional component, and those are the utility or the div. So I'm gonna go through it very quickly. Since we're having two elements, we're having the search icon and we're having the search input. So that's for the icon and that's for the input. And I'm gonna talk about how to be able to create this little design. And as you can see, the position stills the same even though that I'm zooming in or out, and I'm not adding any other div because I want to make sure that this is gonna stick to the border of this place that holds the search icon. And this is what I'm doing. So I'm adding the border at the bottom, and the border it's gonna be orange colored. So that's the color that we're using. And also the height, it's gonna be 39 pixel, and the width it's going to be 44 pixel. Justify center, flex and item center to be able to center the icon within this div. And I'm using this search icon from the MUI. And finally here we're using the same principle because we are putting the input tag inside this div, and we're adding a border at the bottom with the border slate. So this is why we're having that kind of result. As you can see, things are working nice even if I zoom in and out. And we're having the class name, so we're doing the background as transparent. The text is 14 pixel, and I got rid from the outline. Just when we click on here, we're not going to have the border showing up. So that's for the first component, which is the search bar. So now we're going to go to the add project button. So inside the add project button, so those are the utility classes that I'm using. So I'm not going to go over them. They are pretty straightforward. And this is the actual GSX. We're returning a button, and inside of it, we're having two elements, the add icon and the new project in the span tag. And we're adding the flex and a little bit of gap just to make sure that these elements are going to be next to each other. So that's first. So that's for, sorry, the first header component. So let's go to the actual part, or the second part, which is the subheader. So I created another functional component called the project's subheader inside the components folder. And as I did for the project's header, just to make sure that everything is organized, so I created each part in its own functional component. So we're having the project, my project's test, because this is going to be the same always, and we're having the sort button. So here, so I'm going to just add a border just to know what I'm talking about and to see things into the DOM. So that's the border. And also, when I'm explaining stuff, you will know what I'm talking about. So let me make this a little bit smaller just to be able to see what's going on into the DOM. So we're adding a little bit of margin just to have some space between this component and the header, and the justify between, so we can be able to make sure that these elements are going to be positioned. One, it's going to be at the left and at the right, and the flex justify between, it's going to do it automatically. Of course, the font, I used the font bold for all of these items, so I added it at the top of the div element, the item center, and I did just added the border just to know what's happening to the DOM. So this we are good. We're just returning a simply p tag, and this for the sorting button. So for the sorting button, as you can see, we're having three elements. We're having the sort by, the recent project, and this arrow icon. And this is what we're doing. So we're just putting them inside one div. And for this one, so it's going to be separate than these elements. Because the reason why I did so, because I want more gap between these two elements. So that's why I added this recent project span within, and the keyboard arrow down icon within one div. And those are the utility classes to be able to position it like this. So let me get rid from the border that I just added like this. And this is what's going to be the design of all of these elements at this moment. So the next thing that I'm going to do the most important thing in our project is to be able to show all the projects in here. And the next thing that I added into the projects area is this card to be able to show the project. And as you can see, we're going to stick with this design, and the design is pretty clean. So each project is going to have its own icon, of course, the title, how many days that this project has been created, and also this to be able to open up the drop down to modify or delete the project, how many the tasks that this project has, or the tasks that this project has, sorry, the progress bar, the status of the project, and the percentage of completion of each project. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so we're going to start from by creating. So we're going to start from the top. And then what I did, I created the all projects section into the components folder. So if we go to the all projects section, as you can see, we're having this UL tag with all of these single project cards, functional components. So I'm going to show you how to create these, but I want to just show you first the so we're setting the height 78%, the overflow auto, so we can be able to have this scroll ball right here. So I'm gonna just do this temporarily because I need to use the pagination if we're having a lot of projects. So that's the best way to go with. And then we're using the flex and a little bit of gap and the flex wrap just to make sure that all of these items are going, or the list or the cards are going to be changing depending on the size of the window. So that's why we're using flex wrap rather than using flex grid. And we're having a little bit of margin at the top to be able to add some space between this area and this area. So now let's go into the single project card. So I'm gonna open it up, and in here, as you can see, I created this single project card functional component. And also we are importing these icons to be able to use them. So we're gonna just use these icons temporarily just to know how things are looking into our DOM. So first, we are returning this li tag, which is the single card. So the width is going to be 300 pixel, flex colon, and gap. And because we're having these elements are lined up each other, and to be able to do so, we're using the flex column. So the rounded edges are going to be like this, a little bit of padding, and the background it's going to be white. So this card has three components. You have this part, which is the header, the body to be able to show all the tasks, and the progress or the footer, we're having the progress bar and the status and the percentage. So this is what I did. Each part I created in its own functional component. So here we're going to go into the project card header, and these are the utility classes. So we're having this parent div that has the flex, the justify between, and the item center. So this for the title, and the title has also the icon and has the text, the title, and the days, and also the three dots option. So this is how we are going to create this. So we're having the project icon, and then we're having the project title, and then we're having the progress bar. So to be able, so I added these elements inside one place. So I'm going to add the border just to be able to see things into the DOM. So we're having the icon here, and we're having the title. And to be able to position them like this, we are going to use the flex and a little bit of gap. But for the title, because these are aligned at the top of each other, we're going to use here the flex colon. So this for the project title text and this for the days. And finally, we're going to have the more vert icon, which is the three uh, dots icon. So we're going to just use a simple icon. And to be able to position like them, like this, we're using at the top, which is the parent div, we're using the flex and justify between. So this is how we can be able to create the header of the project card. So let me delete the border. And now we're gonna go into the project card body. So I'm going to add the border just to see what I'm talking about into the DOM. So we're having this UL tag. So those are the utility classes. We're setting this text color. Added this border, the text is going to be this size flex and the flex colon and a little bit of gap. And I added some margin just to make sure that we're having more space between these tasks and the project header. So then we're going to create this li tag. So this it's going to be repetitive, but once we start making this functionable, we're going to use a map function, of course. So I just repeated this. So what is working on here is the same in here. So we're having the flex and the gap and the item center because what we want to be these elements are aligned like this next to each other. So here I'm just using an icon, this circle icon from the MUI, and finally we're using this span. And finally we're going to go to the projects card footer. So this project card footer have two elements. We're having the progress bar first, so I'm going to explain this briefly. So here we are creating this apparent div that's going to take the full width, and inside of it we're creating another div for this gray icon, and then we're creating inside of it another div that is going to take just 50% of the width with the background color as orange, and the height it's going to be full to take the width of its parent component, which is this one. And also I added the overflow hidden just to make sure that it's going to take also the rounded edges of this progress bar with the orange color. So that's why we added this utility class. And finally, we're having this div, which is showing the status and the percentage. So we're, of course, we need to create a div where we are going to put inside of it these two elements. We're having the on progress, and then we're having this div, and we're using the justify and the justify between utility class, so we can be able to automatically position them like this. And this is basically how we can be able to create this project card design for each project that we created. So after creating the list, the next element that I added is this right sidebar. We're going to be showing the percentage of projects completed and also how many tasks has been done and also how many projects the latest projects or the three latest projects that has been completed. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, so let's open up the Explorer, and I created the stats right sidebar functional component. And of course, we need to import it right over here where I added the comment line just to be able to know where I'm going to add this functional component. So let's get rid of this comment line and let's go back to the project or the stats right sidebar functional component. And I'm going to show you how I created this. So here, as you can see, we're having the main functional component, and then we're having these child components. So we're having the header, and also we're having the circular chart. So as I said, I'm just using simple div just to know where I'm going to position this circle chart and how it's going to look like. Then we're having the project's completed labels for these labels. Then we're having the project's list, and that's going to be the actual GSX of it. And for each single project, we're having its own functional component. So let's go all the way up, and I'm going to explain each thing step by step, and I'm going to do my best. So here we're using the width 22% because we want to take, so if I add a border in here, just to know what I'm talking about, we're having this part which is this whole GSX, and we're just taking 22%. So we're using the percentage just to make sure that it's going to change if the window size is changing. So then we're having this white background, this little container. So we're having the height 92%, so we can be able to have some space in here. So we want to be able to center it inside this main div, which is this one. So that's why we're using the item center and justify between. So justified between, we're using it just to make sure that this always it's going to be at the right. So next we're having the rounded. We're using just the left position because we want to have this rounded edges just at the left. And of course we're using some padding and the flex column utility classes. So let's start talking about the header. So for the header, we're just returning an h2 tag with these utility classes. So nothing complex in here. For the circular chart, if we go to this functional component, so we're having, so I'm going to add a border just to know what I'm talking about. So we're having this rectangle where we are going to be showing this circular and rounded element. So to be able to do this, we're creating this div with the width and the height that are similar. The background is going to be that color, a little bit of margin at the top to have some room like this, and the rounded it's going to be full, so we can be able to make it out as a circle, and the flex at the item center and justify between to be able to center the element inside this box. Then we're having this div just to be able to show the percentage. So let me open this up because I clicked on the browser, and inside of this we're having this percentage text inside with the span tag. So to be able to center this, we're using the justify between the item center, and for that to work, we need to use the flex display. And finally, we're having these for two labels. So we're having this for the completed tasks and this for the completed tasks, this for completed projects, sorry, and this for completed tasks. And finally, we're having this for the project list. So here we're using this UL tag. So we are going to add all of these utility classes. So these are going to be positioned like this. And also we're using the overflow auto. For example, if this gets a little bit bigger, we're going to have this sidebar. This, even though that's not looking that good, but we can be able to still visualize all our project. But I have a big screen, so it's not going to be a problem for the small screen. So we're gonna work with this later on to be able to fix this problem. And then we're gonna return the single project. So for each single project, we're gonna put it inside its own functional component. And this it's GSX, so return this li tag. And here we're using these utility classes for the parent li tag. Then we're having this for the icon, and here for the labels, the project, and the tasks. And so as you can see, everything is still working fine. And I want to show you quickly how we can be able to create all of this design. And now we're done with the actual dashboard of our main application, and so far is looking, I think that is looking clean and nice. So the next thing that I'm gonna start working on is the actual design of the all tasks, meaning that when we click on this, another component or another page needs to show up, and this for it's going to be for the tasks. Now we're gonna start building our tasks, all tasks page. And for the tasks page, so for the header, it's gonna be the same like we did for the all projects page. So we're gonna have the search, so it's the same design. The only thing that I changed is the task word instead of using project, and the same thing that I do or that I did for the button. And next, we're going to have this beautiful component where we're going to be able to choose the project that we want to show, because we're going to have a list in here, and also we want to make sure that we can be able to navigate through the projects just from here if we want to. So we're going to create a drop down for this, of course. And here, the idea that I want when I click on here, I'm going to have a drop down and to be able to select the project. And once I select the project, the list of the tasks is going to be updated. We're having the icon of the project, the progress of the project, and the percentage. And also, we're going to have this sort by element that we used from the all projects area. And here I just changed manually the color of the icon just to not get confused what I'm talking about, because um, we need to create a function to be able, when we click on here, this is going to be changing depending on the element that we clicked on. So we're going to work on this, of course. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did to create this. So the first thing that I added inside the pages folder, the all tasks folder. So we're going to follow the same structure that I did for the all projects folder. So here we're having the components folder, and we're adding at this time the tasks header and the tasks subheader, and the all tasks functional component, which is the main functional component where we're going to be adding all the functions to be able to show the elements in this part. So now let's go to the tasks header. And by the way, this is the div of this whole part with this gray or slate background. And also we're using the width as full and a little bit of padding just to make sure that we're having spaces, uh, spaces at the top, the bottom, the left, and the right of this all element. So let's go to the tasks header. So inside the tasks header, we're having two components, the search and the add projects functional component. So I'm not going to get into this, sorry, because I already explained this into the all projects container part. And because I'm using the same elements, so the only thing that I said is here I changed the placeholder with task word, and here I added the task word instead of using the project. So let's close this, and I'm going to open up the tasks subheader. So the task subheader, as you can see, we're having these two components, my projects text or drop down, and also the sort by button. So let's go into this functional component. So let me put this like this. And first we're gonna have so many elements here. So so let me add some spaces between all of these elements just to know what I'm talking about. And also I'm going to get rid from the Explorer bar just to explain what I'm talking about, and putting this aside. Uh, and also if I want to add something, it's going to be very easy to me. So here, as you can see, we're having this. So I'm going to add some borders just to know what I'm explaining. So I'm having this parent div, which is the border that I just added. And the next element that we're having is this icon. So I'm going to add project icon like this. And so this div is for the icon. So we're having these utility classes. We are setting these to be able to create this rectangle with this soft orange background, and we're adding the width and the height like this, justify center, item center, and flex, and a little bit of margins just to make sure that this is going to put it a little bit or push it a little bit down. So we're having the icon from the MUI. Then we're having this UL tag, and I'm going to add another border. So this is going to be for this whole part. So let me delete and get rid from this border. So that's going to be for this whole part, for the border that I just added inside the UL tag. So we're having this for the, so I'm going to add the a border. So we're having this for the project title and the number, and then we're having this for the progress bar. And those are the utility classes that I used, and that's the structure that I used to be able to create this for this part and this for this part. And for the progress bar, I did the same thing that I did for the project card, meaning that I created this li div, then I put inside of it this div with this background color, and the width it's going to be 50% just to be able to make it look like this. And finally, we're having this p tag to be able to show the percentage of completion of the task. And then we're having the sort button. So let me put this like this window like this, and this is for the sort. So here I need to update the word recent tasks. So, and this structure is the same thing that I did for the all projects. So there is no reason to explain this twice. So this is basically how we can be able to create this. So the final element that I need to add is the tasks. So that's what I'm going to do. Then I'll be back to explain how to be able to create the tasks list. So finally, I added the part where I'm going to be showing all the tasks inside the project. And this is the design and the structure of the list that you are going to use. And we're going to start from the tabs component. So this, I'm going to just create it by myself. I'm not going to use any component. And here, just to make things organized, we're going to have the ongoing tasks. And when we click on the completed tasks, they're going to be added separately, so we can be able to just know which are the tasks that need to be completed. And finally, this is for the design of the task. So we're having a checklist or a checkbox. So we're going to use MUI to be able to add this very cool checkbox with this animation. When we click on it, the icon, of course, the name of the task, the project, the status, also the priority, and then we're going to have the two icons to be able to whether edit or delete the actual task. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you how to create this. Let me open up the Explorer, and here, as you can see, I created this task list component. So if I click on it, so this is already opened. So let's start from the top, and I'm going to show you all the component that I created. So let me delete all these imports. And so for the tasks list functional component, we're having this div. So I'm gonna again add a border to just show to see what's happening into the DOM. And so the first thing that we're having the tab functional component. So this is how we are going to create this functional component. And here we're having the first element, which is the parent div. And just to be able to position all of these elements like this, we're using these utility classes. And here, notice that I'm using some margin at the left just to make sure that it's going to be aligned with this part. So that's why we're having space between this parent border or parent div and the tabs functional component because of this. And we're adding a little bit of margin at the top, a little bit of margin at the bottom. And here I just added this border. So this for the ongoing tasks tab, and this for the completed tasks tab. And to be able to show the number, we're adding another span with the padding. The text is going to be white and the background it's going to be this color. So of course we're going to work on making this functionable later on in the project, but now we need to create our UI, which is the most important thing for our application, and we not want to make sure that it looks nice and clean and catchy. And finally, we're going to go to the single task functional component. Here we're having the parent div, we're having this checkbox from the MUI. Then we are creating this div that is going to be this container with the background color. So those are the utility classes that we are using. So the width it's going to be full, the background it's going to be white, and also notice that here we're using the justify between. So just to make sure these are going to be automatically positioned and placed that way, because this it's in a component. So let me go back to the, before I start explaining, so let me add some borders just to know what I'm talking about and to see things into the DOM. So here, as you can see, we're having the first component, which is the name and the project and the logo. So if we go back to the code, so this is what we're having. We're having the icon, the wallet name and the name of the project. And as you can see, they are structured that way. And next, we're having this for the status. So this is the structure that we are using. So we're having all of these elements are going to be put inside one div. So if I add the border, so as you can see, all of these elements are going to be placed in one element. And the reason why I did so, because I want to use the justify between. So these are going to be positioned like this. So this is why I did so. And here into the status, so into the parent div of these three components, we're having this for the status, we're having this for the priority, and we're having this for these two buttons, the edit button and the delete button. So this is how we are going to create the UI, and so that's going to be the final design of the UI. So the next element that we are going to work on is to make this complete UI, this complete project responsive. And we're going to start, of course, from the all projects page. So next I made the all or the dashboard or the all projects page responsive. So as you can see, as I'm changing the size of the window, everything looks responsive. And notice right now when we hit a certain window size, as you can see, we're going to have this to be able to open up the sidebar, since the sidebar is completely hidden. And also at a certain level, the right sidebar is completely hidden as well, so you can have more space to be able to show all the projects and all the other elements. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this by using the media query. And to make things, and that's the beauty about Tailwind CSS, it made using the media query much easier. So we're going to start by the right sidebar, and what we're going to do, we're going to go to the stats right sidebar component, and I'm going to add this utility class, meaning that when we reach 1024 pixel, this is going to be completely hidden. So that's the first step. And the next step, we're going to go to the sidebar, and here, same thing, but with this utility class, meaning only when we reach 640 pixel, the sidebar, it's going to be completely hidden. Then I'm going to go to the upper part of the all projects page. So the actual the um, the component that I'm going to go into is the project header. So inside the project header, and also I did a slight adjustment in the search bar that I'm gonna get into, but let's go into the add project button. And as I showed you, we are going to show this part when we reach this size level. And the first thing that I did, I added this menu icon from MUI. So let me close the Explorer sidebar. And here the actual icon, and it's going to be hidden by default. But when we hit 640 pixel, we're going to use the block display so you can be able to display it. And we're using the text slate 400 just to make sure that it's going to have this color. And the next thing also for the search, just to make this border, like the width of it, a little bit smaller, I added this with 607 or 67%, sorry. So that's for the header. And now I'm gonna go into the project's card. And as you can see right now, so at a certain level, it's gonna take the full width. And to be able to do this, so let me close all of these icons, all of these windows, sorry. So let me close this one as well. And I'm gonna start all over again. So here I'm going to go to the all projects section. And here, as you can see, so if we go to this div, so we're going to use the grid display when we hit 640 pixel and the grid column when we hit 640 pixel as well. And we go to the single project card, and here we are going to change the width. So the width is going to be to take 96% of the full width when we reach 768 pixel. So this is basically how to make this um, responsive, as you can see. So the next thing that I'm going to make responsive is the all tasks page. And before we go into making the all tasks page responsive, so I found a problem that I fixed is the overlapping between this section and the my projects headline. And also notice I got rid of the new project text just to show the plus icon, which looks nicer. So to be able to fix these two problems, so let's go back to the VS Code. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the Add Project button. So let me make this bigger. And here, what I added this utility classes, meaning when we hit 640 pixel, this span is going to be hidden. And also here, I added this because when we get rid from the text, we're going to have some, the paddings are not going to be or the plus button or icons is not going to be centered. To be able to fix this, so I added this. So the padding at the right, it's going to be this 8 pixel instead of 12 pixel when we hit 640 pixel. So now I'm going to go to the subheader where we were having the overlap between the My Projects and the Sort button. And to be able to fix this, and what I found, the solution is to be able to make the size of the text a bit smaller when we hit 640 pixel. And also I did the same thing in here. So the so here I changed, as you can see, the text size to 14 pixel. And also notice here, also I changed the gap because when we in the mobile screen, what the problem that I was having, I having too much space between the sort by and the recent project and the arrow icon. To fix this and just not have this overlap over the my project, so I made the gap as 1 when we hit this 640 pixel. And that's pretty much it, how we can be able to make this whole page responsive. So now let's move on to the tasks page. And next I made the tasks page responsive. And as you can see, when I change the size of the screen like this, so we can be able to see clearly all the components and the elements of this page. And also if we use the mobile screen. So let's turn this on. So as you can see, we can be able to see all the elements correctly. And also, as you can see, we deleted some of the elements just to make sure that we leave more space to the screen because the screen is very small. And also another thing that I found that we are going to correct, like at a certain level, we're having these two elements like this, and the sidebar need to be hidden at a certain at this level of pixel. But I'm going to adjust this, but I want to show you how I was able to do this. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start from this part. So the first thing that I did, I activated the all tasks container instead of using the all projects functional component. So let's go over here and we're going to go to the tasks header. And so we're not going to touch the search bar, but the thing that I'm going to adjust is the new task button. So let's go to the functional component, and here, as you can see, the new task is going to be hidden when we hit 640 pixel. And also what I updated is the padding. So I got rid from the PX utility class. I just a simple padding, which is this one. So that's the first thing. So next we're gonna go to the subheader. So here, if we shrink the size of the window, as you can see, these two elements are gonna be lined up each other. And also I added or I eliminated some padding between these two elements. So let's go to this task subheader. And first, what we are going to do, we're going to go to this div. And as you can see here, the gap is going to be 2 rather than 3 when we hit this 640 pixel. And next, we're going to go to this UL tag, and the gap it's going to be 10 pixel rather than 7 pixel when we are in the 640 pixel. And next, we're having this for the number. So here, as you can see, when we hit 420 pixel, and I added this just for the mobile screen. So if we go back to our page and if we open up the mobile size screen, as you can see, we're not having the numbers. And because of this utility class, then if we go down here into the div responsible for the progress, so here, as you can see, shrinking the width to 170 pixel, and when we hit 420 pixel, it's going to be shrinked even more to 130 pixel. So basically that's what I did to be able to adjust this. And finally for the sort bar, as you can see, I'm adding the flex column when we hit 640 pixel just to make sure that these are going to be positioned like this. And I think those are the things that I did for the sub header. Now I'm going to head towards the tasks list. So here for the first thing that I did, I got rid from the margin left. So if I close this, so let me close this. And as you can see, we're not having the space just to be able to push down this element so it can be aligned with the all projects. Right now it is aligned with the icon. And because um, I added this just to be able to get from the margin left. So that's the first thing. And here into the tab, so I modified, I got rid from the numbers when we hit 420 pixel, and the same thing that I did for the completed tasks. And also for the, if we go to the single task, so here also I made some modifications. So if we go down in here, so I got rid from the in progress and the low uh, priority or the priority. And here, as you can see, I added this to be able to get rid of it when we hit 640 pixel. And the same thing that I did for the priority. And also for the padding, I changed the padding of the whole task list. So here, as you can see, when we hit this pixel, we're gonna have a padding of P4 rather than P5. So I think those are the things that I did to be able to make this fully responsive. And also I changed the padding of the whole page. So if we go to the all tasks container. So as you can see, the padding, it's gonna be 8. And also I added the padding at the top and at the left, at the bottom when we hit 640 pixel. So this is how we can be able to make this responsive. So one last thing that I need to adjust is this when we hit the 900, I think 900. So let me resize this. So when we hit 1000, for about 1000, I need to get rid from one of these things so we can not have this problem as you can see. And also I'm using this Chrome extension just to be able to get the number of pixels, and I think I don't know, I don't remember the name of it, so that's a cool extension to use, especially if you want to make your page responsive. So now when we change the size of the window, as you can see, the sidebar, it's going to be hidden at the right time. And also here, as you can see, we are going to get from the low priority first. Then if we shrink even further the window, we're going to get rid from the progress part. And so as you can see, things are fully responsive. So also another thing that I want to show you, if we turn on the all projects functional component, because we changed when the sidebar is going to be hidden. Also, I did change the media query for this to be shown where or when the sidebar is hidden. So the first thing that I'm going to show you, I'm going to go back to the sidebar. So let's go to the sidebar, and the only thing that I changed here is the pixel. So it's going to be hidden when we hit the 940 pixel. And so if we go to the all projects and the projects header and go to the add project button, also we are going to change this to 940 pixel. So I did a small mistake. So it's going to be hidden at this width when uh, so this icon gonna be hidden when we hit the 940 pixel. So now let's go to the all tasks, but first let me turn on the all tasks container. So I'm gonna do this just to show you how to be able to fix this little issue when the size is changing. So we're gonna go to the tasks list, and in here we are going to go to this part where we're having the um, elements, the in progress and the low priority. So here, as you can see, when we hit this, we are going to hide the whole element. And also, what I changed is the in progress. So when we hit 770 pixel, it's going to be hidden. So I think those are the elements that I did. And for the sidebar, as I showed you, like that's what I did. So it's going to work as well for the all tasks because it is detached from the all tasks functional component. So this is how we can make this full application responsive, not only uh, for the big screen, but also for the mobile side screen. So it's going to be visible for all the users, and that's a good thing to make your application accessible from any device. So the next thing that I added is to be able to open the sidebar. So when we click on the button in here, as you can see, our sidebar is stretched out, and I added some text just to make sure that it's going to look nice like this, rather than just using icons in this condition, because it's not going to make any sense to do so. And when I click on this, it's going to be closed. So that's not going to be the final thing because I need to add some other stuff, like for example, having a soft layer underneath the sidebar, but also to be able to click outside uh, to be able to close automatically the sidebar. And also, for example, if I make this like the browser screen like this, it's gonna still open. So I need to work on this to make it closed automatically whenever the size of the window or the browser is like this. So now I need to do it manually. Then I can be able to change the size of the window safely so we can be able to get back to the default position of the sidebar. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I'm going to start from is I need to create a way so I can be able to change the state and rely upon it to be able to whether we are going to open or stretch out the sidebar or not. And to be able to do this and to be able to share that state between the sidebar, which is a different component than the tasks header. So I'm using what is called the context API. So basically a context API. So I'm gonna first click the file where I'm creating this context API. So a context API is gonna allow us to be able to have all the variables of the app that we want to use and be shared across all the application and the child components. So that's it's gonna help us to avoid the props drilling, which is a common problem, to be able to use all the variables between different child components. So context API is very helpful in this context. That's going to help us to avoid this prompt drilling, but also to be able to share smoothly all the variables across all the application. So I'm going to share with you to talk about this briefly, how to be able to create a context. So since we're using TypeScript, we need first to define the structure of each variable that we are creating and that we want to share across all the application. So for our case, I created my first variable and it's setter, which is the open sidebar, what we are going to use to be able to trigger the opening of the sidebar. Then we're going to create the default state. So we need to create the value or the default value of each variable. So we're having open sidebar, it's going to have false, and the set open sidebar, it's going to be uh, function, an empty function. Then we're going to create a context that is going to have the app type, which is a type, and the default state. Then we're going to create our context app provider, and this context app provider is going to accept all the nodes or child components, and this is going to be wrapped between the body, so you can be able to share all the variables across the component. Then we're going to use this function to be able to use our context and consume it in other child components by using the use context, which is a built-in hook from React. So then to be able to make this working, we're going to go to the layout. So let's go to the layout.tsx, and in here we are going to wrap our body tag with the context provider, a provider that we just created. To be able to make this happening, this is why we used, if we go back to the context app, we used the children into the prompt, so we can be able to accept any node, which is in our case the body tag, which is by itself a React node. So after doing this, we can be able to safely use the open sidebar, but also as we move on with our projects, there are going to be a lot of interactions, and we are going to use heavily this context API to be able to make this happening. So after doing this, we're going to go to this part, to the header task functional component. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the tasks header. So inside the tasks header, as you can see, using the open sidebar and the set open sidebar, I'm actually consuming this the use context app, so you can be able to access to these two variables. And here into the menu icon, um, um, the menu icon from the MUI, we're going to use the on-click event listener, and we're going to use the set open sidebar to be able to toggle the open sidebar. So if it is true, it's going to turn to false and vice versa. So after doing this, we're going to go to the sidebar functional component. And in here, first we need to call this open sidebar, and then I added this turn operator inside this class name. So if it is opened, the width is going to be 280 pixel. We're going to use the fixed position and the shadow. So the reason why I'm using the fixed position, so we can be able to kind of detach the sidebar from the actual elements that we're having in here, so we can be at the top of all the elements that we create in here. So that's why I used fixed position. And just to show you why I'm using it, if I get rid from the fixed position, as you can see, all the elements are going to be pushed a little bit to the right. But if I use the fixed position, as you can see, all the elements underneath the sidebar will remain the same. I'm talking about their position, and we can be able to do whatever we want with the sidebar when we set it as fixed. So, and also I'm adding a little bit of shadow. When the open sidebar is false, we're going to use the default width, and also we are going uh, to set this media query. And then, as you can see, I'm added some text in here into the logo. So let's go to the logo functional component. So here I added this statement. So if this open sidebar is true, then we are going to use this div to be able to show the project and master spans. And here I'm using the font bold to make it bold, and also I'm using this color. Then we're going to go um, to the menu. So here inside the menu, and notice here inside this function, I'm not using the use app context because these functions are child functions of the parent function, which is the sidebar. So, but if this function is outside of the sidebar function, then we must use the open sidebar. Like here, I I do not have to use this, and as you can see, it is still working. So I'm not having any errors. So let's go back to the menu functional component, and as you can see here, I'm adding the span, and for the each element I'm adding its own span, and it's going to be relied upon the open sidebar. So if it is true, we're going to show the span. So the same thing that I did for the tasks and the logout. And further on, I'm going to use an array just to be able to make sure that these are going to not gonna look like this, and we're going to use a map function to be able to show all of these elements, but also it's going to help us to make sure that we do our interactions when we change, when we click on uh, one of these elements, it's going to change. So we're going to work on this, of course. And finally, we're going to go to the profile, and I added these elements. So only if the open sidebar is opened, we're going to show the name and the email of the user. So this is basically how we can be able to open and close the sidebar when the window is stretched like this. So the next elements that I'm going to work on and fix is when I make the window size full screen like this. So this needs to go back to the default position, but also to work on uh, the outside click. When I click outside of it, it's going to be closed. But also I need to add this into the all projects page. So also this um, for this page, it's going to be clickable and to open for us the sidebar. So now if we open the sidebar and for example, if we change the size of the screen, as you can see, it's going to go back to its default position automatically. And also notice right now, if I open this up, as you can see, we're having this black soft layer underneath the sidebar. And when I click outside of the sidebar, it's going to be closing. And it's going to work the same thing. So if, for example, this is opened and I make the browser full screen, as you can see, everything's going to go back automatically to what it was. And also if I open or I use the mobile screen phone, so it's gonna work as well for the mobile screen phone perfectly. As you can see, everything is looking nice, and everything is functioning as it's supposed to be. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did. And for the soft layer, as you can see inside the home functional component, so I'm adding this div, and it's gonna rely upon the open sidebar that we need to use it from the context API, and it's gonna take the full width and height. So for the z index, it's gonna be 50, and the background it's gonna be this color. I use the fixed position, and the opacity is gonna be 30%. So next, I'm going to show you the logic how to be able to handle the closing of the sidebar automatically when the screen, the browser size changes. So let's go to the context API. So the first thing that I did, I created this is mobile view variable state. And here, the reason why I created this, just to make sure that I'm gonna use this window object to be able to calculate the width. So if the width of the window is less than 940 pixel, because this is what we use to be able to hide the sidebar. So if it is true, then we're going to update the is mobile view as true. And basically this code is going to enable us to add the resize event listener to the window object so we can be able to do this calculation. And when the component is first mounted, so we're going to first call this function. So here, when so we're going to use this useFix. So when the is mobile view is false, then we're going to set the open sidebar as false, so it can go back to its initial position automatically. So this is why we are using this useEffect hook. And next, I'm going to show you how to be able to close the sidebar when we click outside of it. So if we go to the sidebar functional component, so we're going to add this code. So this use effect hook, and this basically what it does is it's going to handle the outside click of the sidebar. So the first thing that you are going to do, we're going to add the event listener mouse down to the document. So if the open sidebar is true, otherwise we're going to remove the event listener. And also we're going to remove the event listener when the component and mounts. And all of this, it's going to be relied upon these two variables. So here we're creating the sidebar menu ref, and we're using the useRef hook, and this is going to be linked to the reference of this div, so you can be able to access to this element inside the DOM, so we can be able to play with it. And here we are going to in this if statement, so we're going to make sure that this is not null, and if uh, we click outside of if the click is outside of the sidebar, so basically this code will handle this for us. The open sidebar, it's going to be false. And basically you can use this for pretty much any element that you want, especially for drop downs. And we're going to do this as well for drop downs because we're going to create customized drop downs for our application, especially for the sorting. And when we want to have more options for the projects to be able to edit them or delete them. So that's basically how we can be able to create this functionality. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I want to make sure that this it's going to be updated whenever I click on this, meaning that if I click on this, I'm going to show this component or this page. When I click on this, I'm going to show the all tasks page. So let's work on this. So now I added the logic to be able to select the menu that we want. So when I click on here, as you can see, we are headed towards the all tasks page. And if I click back on the first menu, we're back to the all the projects. And also another thing that I want to show you here, as you can see, if I click on any of these elements, we are going to close down the sidebar. And so let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to create this logic. So we're going to start from the context app, which is our context API. And the first thing that I did, I created the sidebar menu. So it is an area of objects. So we're going to have for each object the ID, of course, the name, and the isSelected. So the isSelected property we're going to use to know whether that the element is selected, and just to be able to rely upon it so we can be able to change the colors of the icon and the text. And also another thing that I added inside this use effect, just to be able to close the menu or the sidebar whenever we click on the menu sidebar. So this is the code. So every time that the sidebar menu area is changing, the open sidebar is going to be set to false to have that kind of result. So after creating the sidebar menu and also after adding it inside the default state and also for the app state, so I uh, move it from here to another file. I called it app types, and this is the file where we're going to be storing the types that are related to the app type, which is the context API. So I did this because as we move on with our project, so this is going to be very long because we're going to add a lot of variables. So that's why I moved it here just to make sure that this code in the context app is cleaner and I'm not going to get confused when the project gets a bit complex. So after creating all of these, so the next thing that we're going to do, of course, we're going to go to the sidebar menu. And this is where I did a lot of adjustments here just to be able to create the selection. So I'm going to start from the top. So I'm going to introduce you to some of the things, new things that I added. So here, uh, because here I'm going to use the map function, so I need to find a way to be able to show and render the icon that is related to the actual menu. Since we're using the map function, so we're going to iterate through each object, and for each object we need to show its own icon. So this is the logic that I did. So I created this icon map, which is a key and value pair, and it's gonna have for the key, it's gonna be type string, and for the value, it's gonna be for this type because we're gonna use the MUI icon for this, so that's the proper type of it. Then I'm gonna go to the JSX, and here I did some adjustments. So here, as you can see, instead of implicitly returning a value from the map function, we're not using parentheses, uh, we're using curly braces because we want to add a constant here. So if I'm using the curly braces, I'm not going to be able to do this because it's going to implicitly return a value. So that's why I'm using this curly braces uh, first. And here, as you can see, we are going to return the proper icon depending on the ID of the menu item, which is this one. So we're going to first convert this to string because this has been created as a string and the ID that we're having inside the menu item is a number. So we're going to put it as a key inside the icon map and to be able to return the proper icon, and we are going to save it inside the icon component variable. Then we're having inside this div this onClick event listener to be able to trigger the selection. So I'm going to get into this. Here we're adding the key, so it's a mandatory thing. We need to add a unique key. So I'm using the ID, which is unique. And then we're going to use this icon prompt and we're going to use it in here. So for example, for the first element, it's going to be the border all icon. So because it is the first element, it's going to return this icon and then it's going to be used here. So basically we are using icons dynamically based on the menu item rather than just using icons like I did before. So that's the power of a map function. And so I'm gonna get into why we used the menu item is selected. So here just to be able to change the colors. So when we click on any elements, I'm gonna open up the console. Like for example, this element is true, and when I click on this, it's going to be updated, and the second element it's going to be true. So we're using the turning operator to know. So when the second element, for example, is true, the color is going to be orange. And for the other ones, because they are false, they're going to have this color. And we did the same thing for the text. And here we are returning the name of each menu item. So now let's get into the handle collect item, the selection when we click on each element. So if when we go into the function, so first we need to accept an ID because we're going to use it just to be able to know if the item ID that we clicked on from the map function is equal to the ID uh, sorry, for just to know the item, that ID that it is inside the sidebar menu is equal to the ID that we clicked on from the onClick event listener. So if they are equal, the is selected is going to be true. And for the other ones, because they are not equal, they are going to be false. And then we're going to update the sidebar menu. So this is basically how we can be able to make this selection. It might appear a little bit complicated, but with a little bit of practice, you will get the idea. Then I'm going to show you how to be able to move from the all projects to the all task container, depending on the sidebar menu. So we're gonna go to the page.tsx, and here what I did, I used pretty much the similar principle that I did for the menu items. So I created a component map, which is a key value pair. So it's going to have a number, and the value is going to be a React node, since these components are React node types. So for the first one, it's going to be the all project. The second index, it's going to be all tasks container. So the idea here, we want to get the index of the item that is selected. So once we get the index, then we can like use it as a key inside this key and pair component map record. But here I added the +1 because the first key, it's going to be 0. And here we set 1. So we need to add a 1 just to be able to return the proper component. So if there is first or if something that happens, or if there is no return, it's going to be set to null. Then we're going to use the selected component in here, right in here, since this is a component. So this is how we can be able to create this. So the next thing that we're going to start working on is adding a new project. But first I need to create a form so you can be able to get the some data so you can be able to create our new project. And the next thing that I added is the window to be able to add the new project. So when I click on the new project, as you can see, we're going to have this beautiful window showing up. And we're going to have just two inputs. So we're gonna have the project name and also the icon to be able to set the icon for the project. And we're gonna be creating another window that is going to open up whenever we click on this to be able to choose the icon. And finally, we're having at the footer, the cancel and the add project. So when I click on the cancel button, it's going to be closed. And also if we click on this button, notice also that we're having this soft layer underneath the window opening up. And also it's fully responsive. So if I change the screen, the size of the window like this, and also if I do it for the mobile screen, so as you can see, the width size is going to fit well the mobile screen view. So let's go back to the code. So the first thing that I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you the code to be able to create the window. So I created this project window.tsx inside the Windows folder because we're going to create another Windows like for the task, but also for the confirmation window whenever we want to delete a task or a project. So here, let's get into the GSX, and those are all the utility classes to be able to customize or make this window. So here, as you can see, I'm using the open project window. So I'm using this from the context API. So as I did for the sidebar, so we need a way to be able to store the variable whenever we click on the button to be able to use it so we can be able to open the window or not. So here at the context app, I added this open project window and also I added it inside the default state and also I added it inside the type. So if we go at the type, so let me open the type app type.js, and as you can see there is the types of each variable. So I'm going to close this. So once we created our variable, then we can be able to use it to whether open or close the window. So let's go back to the project window. So those are the utility classes. So this for the default width, and those are the media queries. So when we hit 640 pixel, the width is going to be 82%, but 600 pixel is going to be 930%. So I did this for the mobile screen view, and the z-index is going to be 80, a little bit of padding. So I added the left and the top. I added all of these elements just to make sure that the window is going to be centered because it has an absolute position. Flex, column gap, and a little bit of border. And also I added this color for the border. And finally, we're having the background as white, the rounded edges, and a little bit of shadow. Then we're having two elements. We're having the header, the project input, and the footer. So these elements, I'm going to put them into a form to be able to submit the form, except the header. So let's go to the header. And here, so that's the GSX of the header. So we're having two elements. We're having the icon of the window, which is the icon project, and also we're having the header of the window. Then we're having the closing button, which is an icon. And here when we click on it, we're going to set the open project window as false to be able to close it. So then we're having uh, the project input functional component, and those are the utility classes and the GSX. So we're having the label project name, and under it, we're having the input. And notice here that the input and this p tag to be able to show the error are inside the div. And finally, we're having the icon, so you can be able to click on it to choose the icon. And finally, we're having the footer. So we're having two buttons inside this div, And those are the utility classes that I'm using. And I'm using the justify and just to make sure that these buttons are going to be positioned that way into our window. So this is basically how the form is. And also I made the type of the button submit, since we're going to use a form to be able to submit the form. Whenever we click on this, it's going to be triggered. But notice I'm using in the form the onSubmit event listener, the e.prevent default, just to make sure that when I click on the project, the whole page is not going to be refreshed. So that's how we can be able to do this. And finally, I'm going to show you how to add or show the soft layer, because I did a small tweak. So if we go back to the page.tsx, so here, as you can see, I need to add the project open project window with the open sidebar. So we're going to use the same div. So there is no need to create another div. And so if the open sidebar or the open project window are true, then we can be able to show this. But the problem that I found that the actual soft layer was at the same position with the sidebar, which is something that I don't want. So that's why I use this journey operator. So I just played with the z index, since the sidebar has the z index as 60. So when the open project window is opened, the soft layer is going to have the z index 70, so it's going to be at the top of the actual sidebar. Otherwise, it's going to be 50. So when we open the sidebar, it's going to be at the top of this soft layer. So that's the operation and the logic that I use to be able to make this happening. So if I open the sidebar, as you can see the sidebar is still at the top of the soft layer, even though that we're using the same soft layer. So after creating our form, the next thing that I added is the verification, and I put some restriction to the input by using the Zod library and the React form. So obviously React form is used when we have a lot of forms, but as you can see in here, we're having just one form. And the reason why I want to use this, because that's the first time where I'm going to use this Zod and React form in my project. So I want to know, understand how it is working, because I was doing things in the old way. So let's, for example, if I want to add a new project and the project name is still empty. So as you can see, we're going to have project name is required. And also if, for example, if also I added another restriction for the length of the project name. As you can see, we're having project name must be 30 characters or less. And if everything goes well and I click on add project, as you can see, the window is going to be closed, meaning that everything goes right when I submit the form. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that we must do, we need to install these libraries. So we're using the React form, and since we're using also the so I think this for TypeScript, and also we're using Zod here, so we're installing two libraries at the same time. So I already did it, of course. So the first thing that we need to do, we are going to import the all of these elements. So we're going to import uh, these from React Hook Form. We're going to import the Zod resolver, and we're going to import this from Zod library. Then we're going to create our schema. So this is the schema that we're going to use. For this case, we're using min and max methods just to create this restriction. Then we are adding this line. Then we are gonna use the use form hook, and here we are adding all of these elements, and you will know why we added them like this. And so let's go to the um, So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the GSX and we need to find a way to be able to link this schema with our input. And basically what we're doing, we're going to pass inside the project input functional component, the register and parameter and the error. And those are the types of these two parameters. And we're going to use the register right inside the input with these three with the spread operator, and also we are going to use the name, and I think that it needs to be the same name that we used for our schema. And so that's the first thing, and also we're adding the errors parameter here, so we're going to return the error uh, if uh, if we don't um, if we don't uh, if our input is not verified within the restrictions that we did. So and we need to add the register here, the handle submit, so we can be able to submit our form. And here into the onSubmit form, we're using the handle submit, and within it we're using the onSubmit. And so that's the onSubmit function that we're using just to be able to submit the data when everything goes well. And also we're using the reset because what we want here, so when the open project window is opened, so we want to reset our input, so we're going to use the reset function from the use form hook. And of course, this is going to be relied upon these two variables. And also I'm creating the handle close. So the reason why I'm doing so, because I want when I click also on the close icon and the cancel button. So I created this function to be able to trigger the reset function, which is in the parent component. So I created this function. Then if we go at the bottom and add the header, so we're going to pass in this function. So if we go to the header, so we're going to take this function and we're going to link it to the onClick event listener to the close outlined icon. So also we're going to do the same thing for the footer. We're going to pass in the function, then we are going to link it to the onClick event listener. So that's how we created this for the that's how we added the Zod library and React form. To be honest with you, that's the first time that I'm using this, so that's why I wasn't able to really explain very well, but I know over time with building more projects, I'm gonna able to do so. So the next thing that I'm going to add is the icon, but first we need to create the icon window so you can be able to select the icon when we click on this little box. And the next component that I added is the icons window to be able to choose the icon. So this is going to be the final design of it. And so we're going to have all of these icons to choose from, and we're going to use the MUI library to be able to use these icons, which is completely for free to use. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to start from the context app. And here, what I did, I created this all icon data where we're going to be storing all our icons. And as you can see, I have the icon data interface. So if we go to this, so as you can see, the interface, I created it inside the app type.js where we're going to be uh, storing all our types in one place. So we're going to have the ID, the name, and the icon, and the is selected. And the next thing that I'm going to show you is if we go back to the context. So as you can see, we're going to assign to the all icons data the all icons array. So this array, this is where we're storing all our icons object with the structure that I just showed you. So if we go to the all icons.tsx, So here, as you can see, we're having this long array where we're having about, I think, so if we go down here, we're having 80 to, I think, 100 icons in here. And for each icon, we have the ID, the icon, the name, and the is selected. Of course, I used ChatGPT to be able to create this array for me. Otherwise, it would take me a long period of time just to be able to really create this array because it is pretty long. So after creating this is going to be assigned directly to this variable state, so we can be able to use this and show this in our window. So if we go back to the all icons, as you can see, so this is what we are doing. We are using this all icons data from the context, and we are using a map function, and inside of it for each div, so this div it's going to show to render each icon. And also we're having the handle the icon selection to be able to make this selection happen. Like here, for example, when I click, as you can see, the selection is going to happen because we're going to use the selected property that we created inside the object. So the question that you might ask, where we are going to use this all icons. So if we go to the icon window, so this is the actual GSX where we're going to be creating our icon. So here, as you can see, we're having this div, and those are the utility classes that we are using to make sure that it's going to be centered. And also we're using some fixed height. We're using the absolute position. And so those are pretty basic utility classes to make this icon like this. And also, as you can see, it is fully responsive. So when I change the size of the window and also at a certain size, it's going to take the pretty much the full width. So you can be able to see all our icons. Then we're having the header functional component, and those are the elements of our header. So we're having the icon and we're having the header, and finally the close icon, and we're having the icon area. And this is where we are importing this all icons functional component. We are importing it inside this icon array. So as you can see, we're having this div with the background slate. So this is the background, and inside of it, we're having all of these icons because we're importing it. So we can't make all of these icons in this one place, so it's going to be very, very long. So I wanted to make sure that the icons and handling the selection in another in another in another file, just to make sure that everything is clean and separated. So this is basically how we can be able to create this icon, and as you can see, also the selection is working. So now I'm gonna make sure that this window is going to be opened whenever I click on the box into the add project window and to be able to close it. And the next thing that I added is the ability to select the icon. So when I open the icon window and I click on any icon, as you can see, the window is going to be closed. And right now we are selecting the icon. So I'm going to do this with another icon. As you can see, the icon that I clicked on, so it's going to appear in this little box. And when I click on cancel, so we're going to have this default icon that I set as a default. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to create a state to be able to store the icon that we click on so we can be able to use it into the project window functional component. So we're going to go to first to the app type, and in here I added the selected icon and its setter, and it's going to have the type icon data that we already created, and also it's going to have the null. So we're using union type. meaning that this can be this type or null. And also, we're using this for the setter. And finally, if we go back to the context app, so we need to add this into the default state. And also we need to add it inside the value property. So after doing so, what we are going to do, first we need to create a function that we can be able to extract the icon, because since we are going to store the icons in the data structure of the project as a string, so we need to convert them into uh, MUI component. So that's why I created this function. So this function basically is a switch case statement. So as you can see, it is a pretty long function. It has three elements, three props. Of course, the icon name, which is a string, the text color, and the font size, also they are string. So the reason why I'm doing so, because I want also to change the color, because the default color is going to be orange and I want it to be here as white. So that's why I added the text color as an optional prop, so you can be able to change the color only for this particular box. So after creating this function, so it's going to return the MUI icon depending on the name that we passed into the prompt of this function. And just to show you how this is working, so if we close this window and we go back to the project window and we go to the project input, and as you can see, we are first adding the selected icon, but I want to show you how to be able to update the selected icon variable when we click on the icon. And to do this, we're going to go to icon window, or we're going to go to the we're gonna go to the all icons, and in here, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the set selected icon from the context API and into the function to be able to handle the selection. So we're going to add the set selected icon um, in here, so you can be able to update the selected icon with the single icon, which is the one that we clicked on. So after doing this, we're going to go back to the project window, and in here we're going to make sure that the selected icon is not null, because it can be either null or icon data type. So if it is not null, we're going to use this function. So we're going to convert the name that is existing inside the icon that is existing inside the selected icon. So we're going to convert it from the icon, uh, from the name, from the text. That's why we're using the name, to the actual icon. And here we are using this text white just to make sure that here it's going to be white. But the default color, as I said, is the orange. Otherwise, if it is null, we're going to use this as a default icon. And finally, to be able to reset the selected icon when we close the window, so it's pretty simple. We're going to go to the footer first, and we're going to use the selected or the set selected icon. And when we click on the cancel button, this is going to be set to null. And if we go all the way up to the header functional component, so we're going to do the same thing. And of course, make sure to add the set selected icon. And also, just to be able to, whenever we click on the icon and the window closes down, we need to add the set open icon window at the bottom of the function when we click on the actual icon, and also make sure to add the set open icon window. And if we go back to the project window, also make sure in the header, add in the close outlined icon, make sure to add also the set selected icon. Probably I already talked about this, but I just repeated that. So this is basically how we are going to create the actual selection logic of the icon. So the only last thing that we are going to do, we are going to basically create our project object, but first we need to set the data structure. So I'm gonna work on this, then I'll be back to explain each thing that I did. And now we can be able to add a project since we created our form and also we set the validation of it. So here, as you can see, I already added some projects just to know that everything is working fine. So let's click on the new project and let's say that I want to add a project name that already exists. So for example, if I do this and I click on add project, so I'm going to have the project already exists. So that's a thing that I added into the function. So let's add something like this, and I'm going to choose an icon from here, and I'm going to click on the add project, and as you can see, the project has been added successfully. So we're having the icon and the name of the project. And for the other elements, so I didn't do anything or any adjustment to it. So I didn't create any function, but I want to just focus now on how we can be able to create a function and how we can be able to create an array of projects and the structure that we're going to use for it. So that's basically how we how the project is going to be added. And of course, I need to add other things. But now let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you all the things that I did to be able to make this happening. And first, we're going to start by creating our array, which is the all projects. So here, if we go to the data folder, and inside of it, I added another file, all projects. So here, as you can see, the structure of the project. So the project is going to have the ID, the clerk user ID, because we're going to use clerk for authentication. And when the user logs in, it provides a key. And we're going to use this key so we can be able to filter only the projects that is for this particular user. So that's why I added beforehand the clerk user ID. So we're having the title, the created at, the updated at, and the icon. So all of these elements are string except the tasks, because for each project we're going to have the tasks. And here, as you can see, so these are the objects, and for this particular project, we're having an area of tasks, and inside of each task, we're having these elements. So we're having the ID, the title, the icon, the project name, because we're going to use it so it can be able to show the name of the project of the task into our UI. So that's going to make things much simpler. The status and the priority, and of course the created at and the updated at. So here we are using this function, which is a library that I installed. So if we open up the terminal, as you can see, so I installed this UUID, which is a library that generates IDs. And also, since we're using TypeScript, we need to install the types of this library so we can be able to use it safely in our project. So that's basically how we can be able to create the structure of the project and create the project's data, which is local by now. And then I'm going to show you how to be able to get this information and show it into the UI. So here we're going to go to the context API. So as you can see, I created the all projects array, which is going to have the project type as an array. And also another thing that I didn't show you, so let's go back to the file. So here for the types, I'm exporting them so I can be able to use them in other places in our application. And the first place that I started from is the context API, and here we're using the project type. And also we need to add them inside the default state. And also if we go to the types folder into the app type.ts, we're going to add our all projects and its setter inside the all projects object like this. And of course, we need to add it inside the value property so we can be able to use it in any child component that we want. So once we set that up, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the first, we're going to go to the fetching. So here, since we're not working with the database yet, so we are simulating the fetching by creating a new promise. So here we are creating this use effect hook and we're creating this fetch data with the async keyword because a promise needs to work with the await keyword. We are just simulating a network delay. Then we are going to update the all projects with the projects data that is coming from the all projects.js. So that's why we are exporting this projects data array. So after that, we have the data and we can be able to use the all projects to be able to show it in our list. And here we're going to go to the all projects section. So here, if you remember, we were uh, duplicating the single card project just to know how they're looking in our UI and everything was the same. But now it's different because inside the single project card, we are going to pass in the project or each project from the all projects array. And first, to be able to use the all projects, we need to use it and to get it from the context API by using the use context app. So here we need to do a modification inside the single project card just to be able to accept and use the project prompt. So if we go to the single project card, so the first thing that we need to add inside its prompt is the project, which is going to have, of course, the project type. That's why we exported it from the all projects data file. So now we can be able to access to all the properties of each project. And the things or the properties that I worked on so far is the icon and the title. And to be able to show the icon, what we're going to do, we're going to get the icon, which is a string, and we're going to convert it by using the get or reusing the get icon component. And in here, we are adding another prompt, which is optional, and that's something that I showed you, which is the text white, because the icon is by default has the orange color. So we want to make it white, and also I changed a bit of pixel just to make sure that it's going to fit the rectangle that we're having inside the project card. And finally, I added only the title. So we are going to access the title by using the title property of each project. So now, once we set that up, I'm going to go back to our form. And so let me open up the project window. And here I did so many things. So inside the submit function, so first, I want to make sure that the project already exists. Like if we want to use a name that is similar of a name that a project exists, so we don't allow that. So that's why we added this. First, we want to find this project based on the title. So if the title of the project that is existing inside the all projects matches the name of the input by using the data.project, and we want to make sure that they are lowercase, so because to not have any mismatch. So if this is not undefined, meaning that the project exists, and we are going to create a new error by using the set error, and also make sure to use the set error from the use form hook. So we're going to create this error. So it's going to be for this particular input. And that's what's brilliant about React Form. So we're having type manual and the message that we are going to show or that we are going to add inside the errors array or object that you're using so you can be able to show the errors in the form. And then we're going to set the focus by using the set focus. And also make sure to add the set focus in the use form. So after that, if everything goes well, then we're going to call the add new project, which is going to accept all of these props. So this add new project is another file, and I'm gonna get into the file. And first, make sure to get the selected icon from the context API. So the things that you need to add inside the use context type is the selected icon object and the all projects object, of course, so we can be able to add a new project. So we already used the all projects to know if the project exists or not. So then we're going to pass in all of these functions. So if we go to this function, as you can see, it is in another file called the projects action, because I want to make sure that the functions, the adding and the deleting and the editing are inside one file. So I can make sure that everything is looking good. And also when I'm going to do the updates or the necessary updates when we start working with the database, so I'm not going to get confused. So as you can see, the function add new project, it's going to accept all of these elements. And also make sure to add all the types in here and to be able to use the form data type. So if we go to the project window, we're going to export the type format date so we can be able to use it inside the project's action. So here, the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to create a new project based on the structure that we created. So that's the power of TypeScript. So we're going to have the ID, the title, it's going to be the name of the input, which is the project data. So that's why we added the data here that we're going to use from the React form library. We're having the icon, so we're going to use the selected icon that name. So because icons are going to be saved as strings, so that's why we use the name. Otherwise, we're going to use this icon by default if something bad happens. The tasks is going to be an empty array. The clerk user ID, I'm just using this temporarily. And we are creating a new date object for the created at and updated at. Then we are going to update our all projects array with the new project so we can be able to see the new project in the UI. Then we are going to close our window by using the set open project window. So that's why we added it as a prompt inside this function. Then we're going to use the reset function from the use form hook just to make sure that the input is going to be empty. So this is basically how we can be able to create all of that. So it's a little bit long, but as you can see, everything is working well. So after adding successfully the project in the projects list, so the next thing that I added is to be able to show the tasks like this, but also I added this to show how many tasks that are remaining into the project, because here I want to just show only three tasks, but also we're having these three dots. And also for this title, so when the task is gonna be a little bit bigger, so I found this solution by truncating the string, so we can make sure that the width and the height of the rectangle or of the card stay the same, and we're not having any problems with the UI. So let's go back to the VS Code. So the first thing that I did here, if we go to the project card body, we're going to use the projects tasks to be able to show the tasks inside each project. And here we're using the slice because we want to just show three elements inside the tasks. And here we're using the map function so you can be able to iterate through each task, and it's going to be inside an li tag with the circle icon. And here we're using this function truncates string, so it's a pretty simple function. And here, this is the function we are going, it's going to accept two prompts or two parameters, the string and the max length. So if the string length is more than the max length that we set ourselves, then we are going to slice the string from 0 to the max length that we set, plus we're going to add these three dots. And finally, we're going to return the string. So this is basically this function and what it does. And also here at the bottom, so we are going to show the this how many tasks, other tasks that exist into the project. So if the length is more than 3, the reason why it is not showing in here because this project has only 3 tasks. So then we are going to make a difference between the tasks length m minus 3, and we're going to show the tasks. So only this is going to be shown when the length of the tasks or the tasks are more than 3. And also I'm using the truncate string for the project. So I'm using 25 because this is what I found when I did all the uh, all the adjustments and the case scenarios. And because, as I said, I'm using the height 306 pixel and the width 350 pixel. So this is how we can be able to do this. So the next thing that I'm going to add inside this card is to calculate the days and also to calculate the progress. Next, I completed the project by calculating the progress, but also the days, the difference between the current day and the day that the project has been created, and also when we create a new project. So this is going to be left empty. So I added uh, this text, but also I added this button. So it's an icon, but I made it as a button where if the user want to create the task just from the project without having to go to the tasks page and then create a new task. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you first the functions that I use to be able to do the calculation. So we're going to start by the calculate days left, which it's going to accept the date creation as a string. So normally I need to set it as a date because it's going to come from the database as a date. And for the structure that I used for the all project, it's going to be string. So there is no problem. We can fix this later on. And all we have to do, the data coming from the database, we're going to convert them into a string to avoid having any issues and a mismatch on typing. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to get this and convert it into a date object. Then we are going to create a new date, which is the current date. Then we are going to make the difference by using the getTime function, which I think it's going to convert the date into numbers and we're going to make the difference and we're going to use this method to be able to get the actual difference. Then we're having the function to be able to calculate the progress. It's going to accept two elements, the total tasks and the completed tasks. And here we're going to do a simple calculation by taking the completed tasks and dividing it by the total tasks and multiplying by 100 to get the percentage. So the first thing that we're going to do if we go all the way at the top of our function, so we're going to use these functions. So we are going to pass inside the function, the first function, the project that created at property, And then we're going to use the calculate progress percentage. So the first element is going to be the total lengths of the task, and the second element we want to adjust the completed tasks. So we're going to use the filter method, so you can be able to filter the task that has the completed status. And of course, we are going to use the length just to be able to return how many numbers of these tasks. So we're going to take these variables and we're going to use them into our GSX. So this need to go to the project card header since there is in another functional component. And so basically we can use this without having to create all of these prompts because they are within the same function where we're using these constants. So we're going to take the days left and here at the top, so we're going to use this journey operator. So if the days left is 0, we're going to show today. So this is what is happening because I just created this task or this project. Otherwise, we are going to use the days ago. So here we are just using this journey operator just for 1 day because we don't want to have 1 days ago. We want just 1 day. And that's why I did this journey operator. So if it is one, more than one, we're going to use S, otherwise we're not going to use nothing. So this is what is happening for the two, we're having days, but for the one, we're having just a day. And finally, I'm going to go to the percentage. So if we go at the bottom, so also we can be able to delete these prompts. So let me delete these. And as you can see, we can be able to use the percentage. So here what I did, I just used the percentage, progress percentage variable, and to be able to draw the this progress bar. So we're gonna use the inline style of the div, and we're going to use the progress percentage with the percentage symbol in the width property. And finally, I'm going to show you how to be able to use or to add this when there is no tasks created yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the body. And here, as you can see, we're going to use this. I added this. So if the task's length is 0, we're going to use this GSX to be able to show these two elements. And here, the opacity is going to be 40%, 40%, and when we hover over it, so the color is going to change in, and also the opacity is going to be 1%, so you can be able to show it fully. So this is how we can be able to make this, and as you can see right now, we finished with the project UI card. So the next thing that we're going to do to be able to modify and delete the projects, we need to create a drop down. So when we click on here, we're going to have two options to be able to edit or delete the project. So let's work on this. So now when we click on the three dots, as you can see, we're going to have our drop down, and when we click outside of it, it's going to be closed automatically. So the same thing if I do for the other projects. And also I added this hover effect and the color is going to be changing when I hover over the three dots icon. So let's go back to the VS Code. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our drop down. So as you can see, there are a lot of things in here. I'm going to explain each thing that I added. So here, as you can see, we are adding this drop-down options where we are storing all the edit and the delete options. So we're having the ID, the name, and the icon of each option. And here we're using this menu ref because we are going to use it so we can be able to close the drop-down when we click outside of it. So first, make sure to make the menu ref link to the reference to the div, which is the whole drop-down. So here I'm going to talk a little bit about the GSX. So as you can see, these are the utility classes, and for the actual uh, variables that we're using here, and the training operator. So I'm going to explain this. So here, to be able to show the elements of the dropdown, we're going to use the map function because we're going to use the top dropdown options array, and we're going to iterate through each element, and we're going to render each element inside this div. So we're having the key, and these are the utility classes. And here I'm using this journey operator just to make sure that when I hover over the delete, I'm going to have a red color instead of orange color. So this is what I did to be able to do so. So only if the ID is equal to 2, then the hover it's going to be this red color. And this for the icon, and finally this for the name of the actual option. So now I want to talk about how to be able to open it and also to open it at the right position where we clicked on. So the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to go to the context app, and we're going to create these two objects. So the first one is the drop down positions, and the next one is the open drop down. This so we can be able to know whether we clicked or not on the three dots, so we can be able to trigger the actual drop down. And this we are going to store the top and the left positions of the three dots that we clicked on each project card. So after that, what we are going to do, and the first thing that I want to show you the variables. So this is going to have the false or true. So it's going to be a Boolean, and this it's going to be the top and the left, which are numbers, and the default value is going to be 0. So after creating all of this, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the single project card. So this is where we trigger the actual opening of the dropdown. And notice here inside the project header, add in the on-click event listener. So also I'm adding this reference of the three dots ref. So I'm going to show you why. So let's go first to the open drop-down functional component. And here, so this is the, whenever we open or click on the three dots, this is going to be triggered. And first we need to get the position, the top and the left positions of the three dots. And to be able to do so, we're going to use the get bounding client rect built-in function. And here we're going to extract the top and the left. Then we're going to update our drop-down positions like this by using its own setter. And also we're using the window dot scroll Y and for the top, and the window dot scroll X for the left. And we're adding a little bit of pixel just to make sure that the drop down when we open it like this, so it's not going to be right here, it's going to be right here under the three dots, so to make things look good. And then we're going to trigger the opening of the open drop down by setting to true. And here to be able to get first to be able to get the positions of the actual three dots into the DOM, we need to create a reference for it. So that's why we used the three dots ref that we created by using the useRef hook. So after that, so when we open the dropdown, we need to set the open dropdown variable to the actual dropdown. So this is what I did. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the actual variables from the context API to be able to use them inside the dropdown. And here, as you can see, I'm going to use the drop-down position the top and left in the inline style of the div of the drop-down. And we're going to set it for the top. I'm going to set it to the top property, and the same for the left. And here in this use effect hook, before, if the open drop-down is true, we're going to use block. Otherwise, we're going to use hidden to be able to hide the drop-down. And here the use effect, so that's the code to be able to handle the outside click of the drop down. So when we click on it, it's gonna it's gonna close. So this is what we are doing. So this is the if statement that is handling this. So when we click outside of it, we're going to set it to false. And here we are adding some event listeners or the mouse event listener. So I need to get rid of all of these because I was having an issue with the scroll. And what I found is it's because the way I was using the height of the project. So I'm going to show you this fix. So here we are just adding event listeners when the component is mounted or unmounted, and this need to be dependent upon these two variables. So, and next, what I want to show you here is if we go to the pages, I want to go to the parent component, which is the all projects. Here, make sure to add the flex grow and the overflow auto. The reason why is because the problem that I faced when I clicked on here, the actual drop down goes up here, and also um, like if I zoom in, when I click on here, the scroll it's gonna be like this going up automatically. So the only fix that I found is by adding these two utility classes, and as you can see right now, everything is working fine. So now we have the our drop down, then we are going to work on the selection of the project to be able to delete it or edit it. So I'm gonna start with the deletion first. So now when we click on the delete button, as you can see, we're gonna have this awesome window to confirm the deletion of the project. And if we click on cancel, so it's gonna be hidden. And also another thing that I want to show you is this. So for example, as you can see here, we're having the null, and because first we need to find a way to be able to know which project has been selected so we can work with it. So if I click on here, as you can see, I'm logging out the project that we clicked on. So, and if I click outside of it, it's going to be set back to null. So also if I click on the delete button and we have the confirmation window, and when I click on cancel, it's going to be set to null to avoid having any problems later on. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you first the variables that I created to make this working. So we're going to go to the context app.tsx, and I'm going to show you two variables that I created. So I created the selected project so you can be able to store the project that we selected to be able to delete or modify. And then we're having the open confirmation window to open up or close the actual window. And then I created the window, which is the confirmation window. So this is the GSX of it. So we're having the parent diff. So the width is going to be by default 38%. And for this 640 pixel, it's going to be 91%. But for 1024 pixel, it's going to be 80%. Just to make sure that the window is responsive. The position is going to be fixed, the shadow, and also the other utility classes like these, just to make sure that it's going to be centered whenever we move or change our windows. And also here I added the open confirmation window, so if it is true, the display is going to be blocked, otherwise it's going to be hidden to be able to close the actual window. And also if we go to the page.tsx, make sure to add the confirmation window component here so you can be able to see it into the DOM. And also one thing that I didn't mention is the more dropdown. Also it needs to be added into the parent component because the confirmation window and the more dropdown we're going especially the confirmation window, we're going to use it in the all tasks container. So it needs to be at the top of all of these two components so we can be able to use them. So now let's go back to the confirmation window. And here we're having this simple GSX. So we're having a div that it's going to encapsulate all of these elements. So we're having the h2 tag, the delete project title, the p tag, which is the text, and the buttons inside this one div. So this is how we can be able to create the confirmation window. So then I'm going to show you the logic to be able to change the selected project whenever we click on the three dots. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to um, the single project guard. And here we're going to go to the open drop-down function that I showed you when I click on the three dots. And what I added is the set selected project. So here we are going to take the project that we're using to be able to show the information, and then we are going to add it inside the selected project. And also make sure to add the set selected project and the selected project in from the context API so we can be able to use them. So after that, so let me delete this console log. I want to just know that everything is great and also to show you what's going on into the console log. So after doing this, what we are going to do, since we are going to open the drop down, since we are going to set the project, the selected project. We're going to update it with the project. Uh, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the project dropdown. So here I added another function. So just to make sure that when I click on the delete button, it's going to open up the confirmation window and close the dropdown. And this we are going to add it inside the onClick event listener of the parents div of the drop downs option. So here we are passing the ID that we clicked on just to note that whether we clicked on the edit or delete by using this if statement. So after doing this, we're going to go to the confirmation window, and also I want to show you other things. Like here, when we click on the close confirmation window, we want to make sure that the selected project, as I showed you, it's going to be null. So this is what I'm doing. And in this function, it's going to be linked to the cancel button, which is this button. And finally, we're going to go back to the page.tsx, and we want to show the soft layer. So here I'm going to import and get the open confirmation window from the context API. I'm going to add it in here in this condition, meaning that uh, also if the open confirmation window is true, we are going to use this div, which is the soft layer, and also we are going to use this inside this journey operator just to make sure that the z-index of the div it's going to be upper than the sidebar once, so it can cover. Um, so let me open this up so this can cover all the screen. So the next thing that we are going to do in the function that I'm going to create is to be able to delete the actual project that we selected. So now when we open the drop down and we click on delete and we click on delete, as you can see, we're going to have this notification popping up, but also as I noticed, we're having a short delay, just simulating this delay that we are going to send a request to the database to delete the file, but we're just simulating this, and we are having the delete word showing up into the button before the actual project has been deleted successfully. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did. So we're going to start from the confirmation window, but first we're going to I want to show you the library that I'm using to be able to show this notification. So it's a pretty popular library that a lot of people are using right now, and beautiful and easy to use, which is the React Hot Toast. And the first thing that we're going to do first, we need to install the package. So npm install React Hot Toast. So after doing this, we need to go to the parent component, which is the home functional component, and we need to add the toaster object, and also we need to import it from the package. So that's the first thing that we should do. So let's go back to the confirmation window. So here, as you can see, I created another function called delete function. So this delete function is going to be linked to the onClick event listener of the button when that where we click on the delete. So here, I did also another thing. I added the is loading state just to be able to show the delete word when we are sending a request to the actual database. So here we're going to use the try and catch block. The loading is going to be true. We're sending a new promise to simulate the delay, and we are calling this delete project from the project's action. So I'm going to show you the function. So if it is an error, we're going to log it out and show the notification error. Otherwise, if everything goes well, the loading state is going to be false. We're going to close the window, and finally, we're going to show the message by using the toast notification library. So now let's go to the delete project. So those are all the properties, all the objects or the variables that we're going to pass in inside the delete project. So to make the deletion happening. So let's go to the delete function. So it is pretty simple. Here we are adding all the types for these variables. And first we're going to filter out the project based on the ID that we want to delete. We're going to store the array, the result inside this variable. Then we're going to update it by using the set all projects. We're going to set the project or the selected project as null, and we're going to close the window by using this. So that's why we passed all of these variables with the props so we can be able to use them. And that's basically how we can be able to delete the function. So the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to update and or the next thing that we're going to do, I want to show you one thing. So when we don't have any project, so we need to show something in here rather than having a blank space into the main page. So now when we delete all the projects, like let's delete the last one, click on it, delete it. So we're gonna have this empty screen saying with this icon saying no projects created yet. So we need to show something to the user rather than showing an empty screen or an empty container. And also another thing that I added is the notification when we add a new project. So as you can see, we're having the saving word showing up into the button. Then we're having the notification saying to us that the project has been added into our list. So let's go back to the VS Code. The first thing that I did, I created this empty screens folder. So inside of it, we're going to have this functional component. So this is what I added in the GSX so can be able to create this empty screen. So we're having this div and also we're having these utility classes. So we are making all the items at the top of each other by using the flex and the flex column, the justify center and the item center. So we can be able to center this to center all the child components, which are the list alt icon from the MUI. And also we are putting inside this div, the h3 tag and the p tag. So those are the utility classes, and this is the text that I used. And also I set the width 340 pixels so we can be able to get the width. So let me delete this again. So we can be able to get this line or this line at the bottom of this line. And finally, I'm going to show you how to be able to add the notification when we add a new project. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the actual project window. So what I did, I created the isLoading state. So the same thing that I did when we want to delete the project from the confirmation window component. And also another thing that I did, I created another function that it's going to wrap all of this code, uh, even the add new or including the add new project, because later on when we start working on the editing, so this also is going to be updating depending on the selected project is null or not null. And finally, make sure to add this projects function in the else part block and make sure to add the data as a prompt because we can't be able to access to the data because it is outside of the scope of the onSubmit. So we need to pass it inside the project's function. And here we are adding the try and catch block. We are making the load in as true, creating a new promise, calling this function, and if everything goes well, we are going to set the loading state as false, and we are going to show the notification, and also make sure to add the toast in here from the package React toast to be able to see the notification. So now the next thing that we are going to start working on is the editing of the project. So after adding a new project, right now we're going to work on the editing. But the first part that I want to show you how we can be able to load the information of the project inside this window. So when I click on this on the edit, as you can see, many changes happened into the form. So the first one is the edit instead of the new word, but also we can be able to see the project name inside the input and also the icon that is existing inside the project. And as you can see, when I open up the icon window, it is already selected. So how we can be able to do this? And also another thing that when I click on the cancel and I go back to create a new project, so everything is reset and cleaned. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to start from the drop down. So let's open up the drop down and then we're going to add this if statement. So if the ID is equal to 2, then we're going, or sorry, we're going to add this one. So if it is equal to 1, then we're going to set the open project window to true. And also this is going to be executed whether we clicked on the edit or delete, so we can be able to close the drop down. So after we did this, we're gonna go to the project window. So this is where I did all the adjustments. And the first thing that we are going to do, so we are going to start from the header. So the first step is to be able to change the header of the window from add to edit, and the same thing for the button. So what we're going to do, we need to use the selected project as a parameter, and we're going to rely upon it to know whether we're going to update or add a new project. And here, so after adding it here from the context API, we are going to use this turn operator inside this span. So if it is not null, meaning that we're going to edit a project, so we're going to use edit project. Otherwise, we're going to use the new project. And also we're going to do the same thing for the footer. So if we go to the footer functional component, so we are going to do the same thing in here. And here it is a little bit different because we are using the is loading just to be able to change from the saving word to the word wherever that happens inside the false block. So if the selected project is not null, meaning that we're going to edit the project, so we're going to use the edit, and for if it is not null, otherwise we're going to use the add. So that's the first step. So the second step is to be able to show the name in here. So how we can be able to do this? So if we go all the way up to our functional component, inside this use layout effect. So we're going to do some minor adjustments inside this if statement. So here we added this else block. And also if we, so I'm going to explain this. So if the selected project is null, so we're going to reset our input. Otherwise, we're going to set the value of the project name input. So that's why we added this label, because we're using a React form library. And the value is going to be the selected project title. And of course, make sure to add all of these variables at the top from the context API so you can be able to use them in our code. And then we are going to extract or find the actual icon from the all icons array. So we can be able to update the selected icon. So this is what I did. So if this is undefined, meaning that there is something in this variable, then we're going to update the selected icon, because if we go down here inside the project input, here we are using the selected icon to be able to show this icon in here. So once this is going to be updated, it's going to be shown here from the use effect hook that we're using in here. So that's basically how we can be able to do this. I want to show you first the first part, how to create this logic. Then I'm going to work on the editing the area whenever I click on edit project. So now we can be able to edit our project. So I'm going to show you, like when I click on the edit button and I click and I change the project name, and let's change the icon and click on edit. As you can see, we're having the project edit successfully, and as you can see, the project has been updated, like the name and also for the icon. So now we can be able to add, update, and delete the project. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to start by the function that I created to be able to update our project. So we're going to go to the icons actions, or the projects actions, sorry. And here I created this function edit project, and those are the properties that we are going to use. So I want to make sure that if the selected project is not null, then we are going to update the project object. So we're going to use the spread operator of the selected project. And the reason why we did so, because we want to make sure that all the other properties will remain the same. So the only thing that we are interested about is these two properties, the title and the icon. So the title, we're going to get it from the data, that project name, and the icon, we're going to get it from the selected icon. So that's why we added it inside the prompt of the edit project. So for the editing, we're going to use this basic map function. So we're going to check if the ID of the project inside the all projects is equal to the selected project. If it is true, we're going to return this updated project. Otherwise, for the other elements, we're going to return project, which is the same object inside the all projects, since there is no matching. And finally, we are going to update our state, the all projects, so we can be able to see the changes inside the UI. We are going to set the selected project as null, and also are going to close the open confirmation window. So that's for the function. Now I'm going to show you how we can be able to use the function inside the project window. So here, as you can see, I added this selected project. So if it is not null, meaning that we are going to add a project, we're going to call this. Otherwise, we're going to call this edited project function that we just created. And here, because we are using the try and catch block for both for both functions. Here we need to for the notification, we need to show the notification message based on whether we are going to create or add a project. So the solution here, we're going to use a tiny operator by using the selected project as a parameter. So if it is not null, meaning that we are going to show the edited word instead of added word into the whole notification message. So also another thing that I added inside the onSubmit, I added this selected project inside this if statement because this we want to allow, because since we are going to edit, even though that it is the same name, because of we are going to edit as I said, so it's not gonna cause us any problem whatsoever. But if we want to add, then we are going so this is going to be true, and otherwise this is going to be set, and we're going to have an error. So that's why I added this selected project in this if statement. And basically how we can, this is how we can be able to edit, add, and delete the project. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is the sorting of the projects. So I need to create a drop down. So whenever we click on the recent projects here, we're going to have the drop down popping up so we can then start working on the functionality of sorting out the projects. And the component that I added is the drop down, as you can see. So that's going to be the structure of our drop down. So we are going to sort by the order and also by the date. So to be able to create this, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our array that we're going to use so we can be able to create this drop down basically. So here, as you can see, I'm just using this for reference, but we need to create this array to work with into the context API. So if we go to the context app here, so this is our object, and we need first to create the type of it inside the app type. So that's going to be the type of each option. We're having the category and the options, and inside each option, it's going to have the label, the value, the selected, which is an array, of course. And then we are going to add it inside the app type like this. These variables are going to be inside the sorting option object. Then we go back to the context app and we add it in here. Then we need to add it inside the value property. So then we can be able to use it inside the sort and drop down, which is a component that I created, of course, in this file inside the drop downs folder. And we're going to call this from the context API so you can be able to use it. So here it's going to be a little bit different because we're using here inside each object another array, which is the option. So this is why we're using a map function inside another map function. So this one is for the category. So we're going to iterate for each category, which is an array. Then when we come to the options, because it is an array, we are going to iterate through it. So this is basically what we are doing. And also another thing that I want to explain is for this journey operator for this span tag. So the reason why I did so, and I added a little bit of margin when the category name is date, because what I want more space in here. So I can't be able to use the margin for both categories because I'm going to have a lot of space at the bottom of the drop down. Just to avoid this problem, I want just have uh, to fix this, I want to just have, I'm going to use the margin top for 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 the date only, just to be able to create this space. So that's why I added this. And here basically we are adding the color for the selected property of option. So here in this structure, as you can see, we're using the selected property of each option because we're going to use it so it can be able to handle the selection whenever we are clicking on. And basically, those are the utility classes for the parent div, so you can be able to style it like this. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to be able to open it and close it whenever I click uh, on the recent project, and also work on getting the positions, the right position, so you can be able to open it up at the right place. So now when we click on the recent project, as you can see, we're going to have our drop down opening up at the right position. Also, notice that when I change the size of the window, it's going to be closed automatically. And after that, even though that I changed the position of all the elements, the actual drop down, it's gonna be opened at the right position. And also when I click outside of it, it's going to be closed. So basically we're gonna use the same principle that I did for the drop down or more drop down. So we're gonna start by the context app, and here we need to create the variables, the open sorting dropdown, and the sorting dropdown positions. So you can be able to um, store the top and the left positions of the link that we clicked on, or the label that we clicked on. So after doing this, of course, we need to add the types of these two elements. So we're having them like this. And for the sorting drop-down position type, as you can see, I'm adding as an optional um, property, which is the number, which is the width, because we're going to use it so you can be able to get the exact width of the actual drop-down from from the width of the recent project and the arrow icon. So that's why I added it. And then we are going to go to the project subheader, which is this full or this whole component underneath the search bar and the search bar and the new project button. So here I added this collect sorting link function that's going to be linked to the onClick event listener, but also I added the sorting link ref so we can be able to get the reference from the DOM, so we can use the get bounding client trick so we can get the top and the left and the width. So this is what we are doing, and then we are going to update our sorting drop-down position uh, by taking all of these objects and assigning them to each property. And here I'm just adding a little bit of pixel just to make sure that we're going to have space between the recent project link and the actual drop down. So and then we are going to open up the drop down by updating the open sorting drop down. And also make sure to add these two variables, of course, from the context API so you can be able to use them. So after doing so, we're gonna go straight to the more to the sorry, let me close this to the sort and drop down. And in here, first, we're going to add the open sorting dropdown and the sorting dropdown positions from the context API. Also, we are creating the dropdown ref and we are assigning it to the reference. And also here, we are going to take the left and the top and the width properties, and we're going to assign them in the inline style of the div so we can be able to open up to position them at the right place when they are opened. And after that, just to be able to handle the outside click of the drop down to be closed. So we're going to use the same principle that we used for the sort dropdown. But another thing that I added, and that's something that also I added inside the dropdown, this one is to be able to handle the case or the edge case when the size of the window changes. As you can see, it's going to be opened or closed automatically. So to be able to do this, we're going to add this event listener from the window object, which is the resize. So once every time that the window is resized, we're going to call the function handle resize, which is going to actually close the drop down. And also I did the same thing for the more drop down, just to be able to handle this case. And this is basically how we can be able to create our drop down, open it up at the right place and close it, and handle the outside click of it to be closed. So now we're going to make the sorting functionable. So the next step that you are going to work on is the selection of the options. So here, as you can see, we're having one item is selected. So when I click on another element, it's going to be selected, and the other elements are going to be unselected as a result. So I want to just first show you the steps to be able to do so, because we have uh, a complex structure of the array, so it's not what I use most of the time, and because we're having inner arrays, so that's why I thought, why not to show you first the step, then we can move on to other things. So I'm going to show you how to be able to update the selection. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create the handle option selected function. Of course, it's going to be linked to the span, or to the div, uh, sorry, to the span of each option. So as you can see here, we're going to pass inside of it the category index and the option index. And we will know why we are doing so. So after that, what we're going to do, we're going to update our sorting options. So we're going to create this array, and we're going to use the sorting options.map function, and then we're gonna iterate through each category. So here we're going to use the spread operator of the category, because the only thing that we want to change is the options. So we are going to add the options property, and then to be able to access to the options, um, to the objects, which are these inside each option of each category, we're going to use a map function. And here we are going to update only the selected. So as you can see here, we're using the spread operator of the option just to make sure that these are gonna remain the same. So the only thing that we want to update is the selected property. And because we want one selection of all of these options, this is why we are going to use the category index and the option index. So only if the category index is equal, which is this one is equal to the category index that we passed inside the function when we clicked on the element, and the option index, which is this one, is equal to the option index that we clicked on when we clicked on the item, then it's going to be true. And automatically for the other ones, it is going to be false. And notice here we are using the the parenthesis because it's going to implicitly return the result without having to use the return keyword. So this is why we're doing this. So this is how it is working. So now how we can be able to get just one element, which is, for example, if we click on this, it's going to be this true, but we want to just get only this element. And this is where we are using the flat map. The flat map, what it's going to do is going to take all of these elements and it's going to put them in one array. And then we are going to find the option that has the selected as true. So just to show you, because I'm logging this out, just to show you how, or the result, like, so let me clear the console and I'm gonna click on this. So as you can see, we're having the object that we clicked on. So if I click on the oldest, we're having the object oldest is selected, and this is what we are logging out. So then we can use this to be able to create another function for sorting the projects, and we're going to rely on this mainly for the sorting logic. So now we can be able to sort the projects. So when I click on the recent project and I'm clicking on the this option, as you can see, it is ordered. And also if I click on the newest, so we're going to have the newest project. As you can see, if we look at the dates, the oldest, the same thing. And also I want to show you, like, for example, when we create, so the sorting is already running, and for example, if I click on this option and I want to add a project name like this, so the sorting is going to happen because um, the the project name or title starting by the A, it's going to be at the bottom, and this is what is happening. And also if we, for example, choose the newest project and we added a new project, so it's going to be up here as you can see. And also the same thing is going to happen if we update the name. So let's take this project as an example and start with A. So it's going to be at the bottom after, sorry, it's going to be at the top because we are still um, sorting by the newest. So let's click on this, and we are going to change the name of the project. I'm going to start with Z, and normally it's going to be up here as you can see. So this is, so I'm going to show you how to be able to actually make the sorting. So the first thing that I did, I created a new function. So we're going to go to the functions folder, and I created this sorting functions because uh, we're going to create another function for the tasks. I want to make sure that we're having our code clean. And so the sorting project or the sort project is going to accept the all projects array and the selection option value. So then we're going to create a copy of the all projects, and we're going to use the selection option value as an option as a parameter inside the switch case. So depending on the cases that we're having, we are going to make the sorting by using the sort function. So depending on which value that we choose, we're going to make the sorting, the sorting. Then we're going to, if something wrong happens, we're going to just return the all projects. And then we're gonna go back to the sorting dropdown. So here, to make this function working, so here I just let this here just to show you a problem that I ran into, which is the re-rendering of the component. So I wanted to use this use effect, but the problem here, it was re-rendering over and over again. And the solution that I found is to use a use callback function, so I can be able to only do the sorting or create a new reference of the sorting function when the all projects happen. So this is what this use callback function does. And here we are going to only update the all projects if we see that there is a difference between the old all projects and the new all projects. So that's why we're using the JSON that's stringify. So that's why I use callback. And to be honest with you, it took me quite a while to be able to understand this, especially when we're using the use callback. And I've been doing this for quite a while, but I'm still having some hard time to understand how this freaking thing is working, especially with the use callbacks. But anyways, everything is working fine right now, and we can be able to get the outcome that we want. And the last thing that I want to show you with the drop down is when we open up the drop down, as you can see, the arrow is going to be changing, but also this label, it's gonna change as well based on what we selected. So when we click on this one, as you can see, we're gonna have the order A to Z, and the same thing for Z to A. And if we click on the newest, we're gonna have newest projects, and here all those projects. So, and also I updated this sidebar. So first I want to just talk about this. Then I'm gonna go to how we can be able to make all the numbers here dynamic based on what we're having inside all the projects. So let's go back to the VS Code and we're gonna open up the project subheader. So this is where we're gonna um, do our updates. And the first thing that you need to do, make sure to import this arrow up icon from the MUI. And then if we go down into the JSX, so we're going to rely upon the open sorting dropdown. So if it is true, meaning that it is open, we're going to use this icon. Otherwise, we're going to use the keyboard arrow down icon. So it's pretty simple. For the label, the first thing that I did, I created this sorting label, and then we are going to flatten our sorting options. And to be able to just get the object that we clicked on, the same thing that we did when we wanted to sort our projects list. And then we're going to use this if statement. So if the flatten is not undefined, then we're going to check if the flatten label is A to Z or Z to A. Then we're going to update the sorting label like this. Otherwise, we're going to use the newest or the oldest project, which is inside the label. So this is basically how we can be able to make this sorting. And as you can see, our sorting algorithm and everything in between is working fine. Now I'm going to show you how we can be able to update this right sidebar. So for the right sidebar, as you can see, we're having this circular bar. So we're going to use a package for this because we're having this rounded edges, which makes things look good, even cooler for our application. And because here, as you can see, we're having this project that has been completed. We're having one completed and six done. And the total of the tasks done in across all the projects and the project that has been completed, which is this one that we are showing it in here. So let's go back to the VS Code and we're going to go to the stats right bar. So here I did many adjustments and I'm going to start from the top. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install this React circular progress bar. And so that's the package of it. So make sure to install it by using this command line. So after doing so, what we're going to do, we're going to create this uh, this code so you can be able to return the completed tasks, the completed projects, the completed tasks, and the completion percentage. So we're now return all of these elements at once, and we're using the use memo hook so you can be able to do this. So I'm gonna go through this code very simply. The first thing that we're doing, we are creating these variables. Then we're going to use the for each loop, so you can be able to loop through all the projects, and based on the status of the tasks. So that's why we are going to use the every method, meaning that all the tasks need to has the completed status. So if it is true, then it means that this project has been completed, and we are going to push it into the completed projects. Then we're going to do um, then we're going to loop through the tasks of each project, and we're going to check if each task has been completed. Then we're going to increment the completed tasks by one each time that we hit a task that has been completed. Then we're going to calculate the percentage of completed tasks like this. So if the length of the completed tasks, which is this one, is more than 0, then we're going to do the simple calculation to calculate the percentage. And we're going to return all of these at once because we're using the use memo hook to be able to do and this is going to be only dependent upon the all projects window. So I'm going to delete these console logs. Then we can be able to use all of these so we can be able to show them inside the right sidebar. And the first thing that we're going to do, we need to use the completion percentage into the package that we installed so we can be able to fill up this part like this. And so we're going to go to the circular chart. So the change that I did, I added the circular progress bar from the component or the library that we installed. And those are the properties and the inline styles that this package or this package has. And here, as you can see, the value that we're using simply is the percentage that we calculated. And the text here, it's going to be the percentage, which is this text. So, and as I said, these are the inline styles, just to make sure that it's going to look like this to fit the theme of our application. So after doing this, I'm going to go to this labels, and I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to pass inside the projects completed label these two props, the completed projects and the completed tasks. So let's go to this functional component. So we're going to use the completed tasks, and we're going to use the length to be able to get the numbers of the completed tasks, and then we're going to use the completed tasks itself because it is a number. Then we're going to go to the project list to be able to show the project that has been completed. And here we're going to pass inside this project list the completed projects as well. And we're going to use the map function. So before we were hard coding this, but right now we're using the map function to be able to show these projects. And here we're going to show the HR, which is this little bar. So right now it's not showing up because it's gonna only show, it's not gonna show for the last a project. And because we're having just one project, so it's not gonna be shown. So to be able to do this, we added this statement. And here for the single project, which is each project to be able to show the information for each project. So we're going to pass inside the single project the information to be able to access to the properties of the project. So we're using the title here and the length of the tasks of each project to show how many tasks that this project has. So this is basically how we can be able to show the information inside the sidebar and to be dynamic depending upon all the changes that we are doing in the all projects area. And next I want to show you how to be able to show the icon and this text when a project has not been finished or any of them has not been finished yet. So instead of just letting this empty, we need to add something in here. And also to let the user know that it's going to be something in here. So we're going to go back to the VS Code and inside the stats right sidebar functional component. I added this function. So this is going to be its SVG icon because I didn't find any icon that it's going uh, to be like referent to what I want in this place. So I used this from this website SVG repo. So and also they have a lot of free SVGs that you can use. So here, as you can see, so this is the actual SVG, and to be able to show this, so it's pretty simple. So uh, I added this statement. So if we have the completed project that length is 0, we're going to show this inside the this div, and here we are importing our icon, SVG icon, and here we are adding the p tag that has this text. Otherwise, we're gonna show the completed projects. Now, when we click on the project like this, we're gonna go to the tasks page, and also we're going to select here the project that we clicked on, but also the progress bar, it's going to be updated and how many tasks that this project has. And if we click on the project, so this project has 100% completed rate, and the name also is going to change, and it has 3 projects. And if we create a new project, for example, and click on add projects and go here, as you can see, we're going to have 0 and 0 percentage because the project has been created now. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to create this. And the first thing that we're going to create is we need to create a variable where we're going to be storing the project that we clicked on so we can be able to show it inside the tasks page. So in the context app here, if we go a little bit up in the variables, we're having this chosen project variable. So that's the name that I set to this variable. That's going to have type null or project. And after that, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the all tasks uh, pages folder, all tasks folder, and then we're going to go to the tasks header. So in here, um, sorry, into the task subheader. So in here, I created a bunch of functions to be able to calculate how many tasks in here and also the percentage here. And the first function is we're going to return all the tasks inside the project. And then we're going to create a function so you can be able to calculate the completed tasks, and it's going to accept as a parameter the task because this we're going to use for both all projects and for the chosen tasks. And here we are going to calculate the total tasks. But first we need to make sure that if the chosen project is not null, if it is not null, then we're going to use the chosen project. Otherwise, by default, we're going to use the all tasks and all projects function because what we want here when we first load up the page, as you can see, it's going to set the all projects because we didn't choose any project, we didn't click on any projects yet, so we need something that's going to do otherwise, which is the all projects. So this is what we are doing. So if no projects is chosen, we're going to return the completed tasks of all projects. Otherwise, we're going to return the chosen projects by using the function calculate completed tasks, which is this one. So this is what we're doing in here. Then we're going to use the total tasks and the completed tasks so we can be able to calculate the percentage, which is this one. And also we're going to use this percentage so we can be able to fill the width of this div, which is the progress bar. So as you can see, we're using the width property. And here we're using the completion percentage variable, and we're using the toFixed 0 so we can be able to get rid from uh, what's after the comma. So we don't we do so we can just have true numbers in here. So this is basically how we can be able to do this. And finally, the logic when we click on the project header, so it's going to take us to the all projects page and also update the chosen project. So here if we go to the single project card and into the project's title, so I created this on click event listener. So that's the function that it is linked to it. So we're going to update the chosen project as you can see, and also up here, make sure to add the chosen project object and the sidebar menu object. So after updating the chosen project, we are going to update the sidebar menu so you can be able to access to the all projects or the all tasks page by doing this code. So this is basically how we can be able to create that. And the next thing that I added is to be able to count the ongoing tasks and the completed tasks. So as you can see, because we're having 7 tasks in all projects, so 2 tasks has been completed and the other completed tasks are 5. So if we go back to the all projects and let's select this one, so here we're going to have the ongoing task 0 and the completed tasks 3. So it all makes sense because we're having the 100% completion rate of this project. But if we go to this project, so we're going to have 50%, meaning that we're going to have the ongoing tasks 2 and the completed tasks 2. So let's go back to the VS Code, and what we're going to do, we're going to go to the tabs function inside the tasks list and the components folder in the all tasks folder. And here, of course, we need to create 2 functions. So the first function is going to be count on going tasks. And the first thing is we need to make sure that if the chosen project is not null, meaning that we clicked on a project, so we're going to use a reduce function just to be able to calculate and increment the numbers of tasks that their status is in progress. So this is what we're doing. So that's the reduce function. So we are going to use the uh, task, which is going to be incremented each time that we hit a task. And if the task that uh, has the in progress status, so we're going to add 1. Otherwise, we're going to add 0 to this. So this is how the reduce function works. Otherwise, we're gonna use we're gonna go into the all projects area and we're gonna use the reduce function in here. And also we're gonna use the reduce function in the task. So we are using the inner reduce function. So you can be able to calculate for each task. We're gonna calculate, increment the X tasks by 1, and after finishing each project, we're gonna increment the results of this for by with the previous results of the projects that are existing inside the array. Then we're going to go to the completed tasks, and here what we're going to do and the logic that I use just to be able, because we already have this variable, so what we're going to do, we're going to calculate the links of uh, of the tasks. Then we're gonna reduce the number that is resulting from the count ongoing tasks. So if the chosen project is not null, we're gonna count the tasks that are in this project, and we're gonna reduce it from the um, count ongoing tasks. And the same thing that I did for the all projects. And we're gonna return this if the chosen project is not null. So this is basically how we can be able to do this calculation. And the next thing that I added is to be able to switch between these tabs. So when I click on the completed tasks, as you can see, this is going to be selected. And also when I change the page, this state is gonna be saved. So we can be able to come back and the selection of the tab remains the same. So let's go back to the VS Code. So the first thing that I did is I created a new array called tabs options inside the context app. So the reason why I did it inside the context app and not inside the tabs, just because of this. So when I change the page, because the component it's going to be re-rendered, and since this array or the first element is the is selected is set to true, so this it's gonna uh, go back to true just to be able to not have this problem. So that's why I decided to put this variable at the top place or of the hierarchy of our application, so so to avoid having this problem. So for each element, we're having the ID, the name, and the is selected. And here we are creating the top options inside the app type. So that's the type that we're using, and we are exporting it to be able to use it into the context app and the tasks list functional component. And here, first we are creating the type of the tabs options, and it's sitter. Then if we go back to the context app and if we go all the way down into the value, make sure to add it in here. So after doing this, we're going to go to the tasks list and we're going to go to the tabs function. So first we are going to call these variables from the context API so you can be able to use them. And we're going to take this and we're going to go down to our JSX and we're going to use a map function since we're having an array. So before that, as you saw, we were hard coding for each span, the ongoing tasks and the completed tasks. But now, because we are using the array and we need to work on the selection, we need to use a map function. So for each single option, we are going to use this div to be able to render it. And here we are going to use the isSelected property. So inside the class name, just to be able to change the colors. So if it is true, we're going to use these utility classes. Otherwise, we're going to use this color. And of course, for the span, for the name, so we're going to use the name property inside the span tag. And also for the numbers here, also, we need to change the colors like this based on the isSelected property. And for the returning value from these two functions, so we're going to use this ternary operator, meaning that if we selected the first one, um, if the ID is 1, we're going to use this function so it can be able to return the value at this position. Otherwise, we're going to use the other function, which is the completed task, so we can be able to return it inside this box in this particular tab. So now I'm going to show you how to be able to switch the tabs. So it's pretty simple. We're going to use this little code to be able to update our tabs options, and we are using the brief state, which is the most updated state inside the tabs option. And we're going to use the map function to be able to change the isSelected property based if the index that we passed through the switch tabs from the map function is equal to the index that is existent inside the map function. So that's basically how we can be able to create this switching selection logic of these tabs. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is to be able to show the tasks whenever I switch the tabs. So the next step is to be able to show the tasks whenever we or update the task whenever we click on one of these tabs. Like for example, we're having just two tags or tasks that are in progress, but if we click on the completed tasks, as you can see, we're going to show the tasks that are completed. So, and also if we, for example, let's click on this project, as you can see, so the same thing is going to happen. So the only thing that we need to create is an empty placeholder. So whenever, for example, we checked all the tasks, we need to show to the user something here. And also it's going to go the same thing for the completed tasks. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how I created this. So we're going to open up the tasks list. And here we are going to create this array, the all tasks. So the reason why we are going to create another array so we can be able to extract all the tasks and then update it from the all projects. The reason why, because we want to dissociate what's happening in here from what's happening inside the project. So the problem, if we didn't do this, the problem that we could run into is, for example, when we sort the projects from here, the projects or the tasks are going to be sorted as well. So as you can see, even though that I sorted the projects from here, like the elements inside the tasks are going to be the same because we're dissociating the all tasks or the tasks from the projects. And this is what we're going to do from by using this use effect hook. So the first step that we need to extract all the tasks from the projects. So this is what we're going to use. So we're going to use a flap map because we're going to have some arrays inside an array, and we want to have all the objects inside one array. To be able to solve this problem, we're going to use a flap map instead of using just a simple map function. Then we're going to update the all tasks. Then we're going to create this filter tasks function with the use memo hook, so you can be able to use all the dependencies in here, and only this it's going to be filtered when one of these dependencies are going to be updated. So we're going to update or to store the all tasks inside the tasks so we can be able to work with the tasks array. So if the chosen project, meaning that if we clicked on the project, we're going to filter out the tasks by the project name by using this, and also make sure to add the all projects and the chosen project from the context API so you can be able to work with. And here we are going to update the tasks area depending on the tabs that we clicked on. So if this one is selected, we are going to filter out by the status as completed. Otherwise, we're going to filter out by the in progress. Then we're going to return the tasks, the result, and then we're gonna use this, since this function it's going to be returned the all tasks, the tasks, we're going to use it in here so we can be able to show the result into the UI. So this is basically how we can be able to create this result. So the next thing that I created is the drop down for projects. So that's going to be the final result or final design of this drop down. So we're going to have always the all projects at the top. And here we're having the projects that we created in here with their icons. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this projects drop down inside the drop downs folder. So that's the function. And here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to use the all projects area from the context API. So this is what we're doing. And so that's the div of our drop down, and those are the utility classes for it. So I'm not gonna go over them. So they're pretty obvious. And here, the idea that I'm doing just to make sure that the all project is going to be always at the top is I'm not included it inside the array, but I'm creating another functional component that I called all projects item. And this basically we're going to have the same div for the single project that we are using for each project to render inside this dropdown. So this is the JSX of it. And what we're doing, we are putting it at the top of our dropdown, and we are adding the HR tag just to be able to create this line in here and to separate the all projects from the projects that we created. Then we are going to use the all projects area to map through each project, and we're going to use the single project functional component to be able to render each project. So this is the actual div. So we're having this parent div to be able to style the each project, and here we're having the icon, and I'm using the again the get icon component to convert the icon of the single project from text to the MUI icon, and finally we're having the single project title to be able to show the title of each project. And to be able to use this and show it into the UI, make sure to go to the page.tsx, which is the main page, and here we're going to add the projects drop down. We're going to import it from this file to be able to use it in here. And the next thing that I added is to be able to open up the drop down right where we clicked, as you can see. So when we clicked on the all projects, so we're going to have our drop down right over here. And also if I click outside of it, it's going to be closed. And also if I change the size of the window, it's going to be closed as well. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to create the same principle that we did for the other dropdowns, meaning that first we need to create our two new variables, which are the open projects dropdown and the projects dropdown positions. And also make sure to go to the app type to be able to add the types of these two new variables. And here we're using the sort and drop down position because we're going to use the same properties that we did, which are the width, the left, and the top. So that's why I added this interface or this type without having to create a new one. And again, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the projects drop down, and the first thing that we need to call is, or we're going to call these, all of these variables that we created. So the open projects dropdown, we're going to use it inside the class name. So it's going to be inside the turning operator. So if it is true, it's going to be blocked. Otherwise, the display is going to be hidden. And also for the positions, the left and the right, the top and the left positions, what we're going to do, we're going to take the projects drop down position and we're going to add them in each property, top and left. And to be able to change the state of the open project drop down, so we're going to go to the tasks header, and in this function, so if we go, sorry, we're going to go to the tasks subheader, sorry, and in here, so in this part where we are showing the title of the project and the total tasks, which is this one. So I added this on click event listener, but also I added this ref. So if we go to the on click to the function, so as you can see, here we're gonna use the project title ref to be able to access to the elements inside the DOM, and the variables that we're gonna work with, and we want is the top and the left and the width. And to be able to do this, we need to go or to call the get bounding client rect function from the project title ref. And then we're going to update our project drop down positions like this, and then we are going to switch or to toggle the open project drop-down depending on the previous state to be able to open it up or close it. So also another thing that I want to show you is this uh, use effect hook. So that's going to allow us to be able to close the drop down when we click on it or when the window resizes. So this is the actual use effect. So it is the same use effect that we used for the more drop downs. So the only thing that I changed is the variables to make it work for our case. So the next thing that I added is to be able to select the project. So when I open up the drop down and I click on this project, as you can see, we're going to have the tasks related to this project. And if I click to this project, so we're going to have the tasks related to this particular project. And notice right now we're having these colors just to be able to know which project has been selected. And if we click on the all projects, we're going to have all our projects back for all the tasks back for all the projects. And also, for example, if we're having this project is selected and we, for example, we delete this project and we go back to the all tasks page. So the all projects, it's going to be selected by default to avoid having any issue. And right now we're not having the project inside the dropdown. So let's go back to the VS Code and we're going to start from the project's dropdown functional component. And so the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to start from the single project functional component. And here I added this handle the project clicked that it's going to be linked to the on-click event listener of each div of each project. And here also I added inside the class name this journey operator to be able to choose the or change the color whenever we click on the actual when we click on the actual project, sorry. And we're going to use the chosen project and we're going to match it with the single project that we're having into the prompt. So if they are matched, their IDs are matched, meaning that we selected the actual project. The colors are going to be changed, the border and the background of the actual project as well. It's going to be changed. And then we are going to actually update the chosen project because this is what we are using to be able to show all the tasks in here, if you remember. So here we are going to pass in the project ID and we're going to extract the project that we clicked on from the all projects. And if this is not undefined, meaning that we found one, then we're going to update the chosen project and we're going to close the actual drop down. So that's the first step. And also if we go to the all projects item, which is the button in here, so we are gonna add this on-click event listener. So the reason why we did set the chosen project as null, so we can be able to show all the tasks in here automatically, because as I said, we're relying on the chosen project to be able to show all the tasks. So when it is null, we're going to show all the tasks that are inside the all projects. So this is what we're doing. And of course, we're going to close the open drop down. And here, make sure to add the variables from the context API, but also make sure to add the all projects, the chosen project in here, and the set open project window. So to make sure that all of these are gonna work. And also another thing that I added inside the confirmation window, the edge case, like for example, when this is selected and we, for example, we go here and we delete the project. So we need to set all the projects back to be able to solve this problem. So it's pretty simple, and that's something that I just talked about is we are going to update the chosen project as null, so we can choose all the projects, and then show all the tasks automatically when it happens. Like for example, this is selected, and when I delete it, and I go back to the all tasks page. So as you can see, all the projects is going to be selected, and right now we're having 0 elements because we don't have any projects. So everything is working fine and as expected. Also, another adjustment that I did when it comes to editing the project, like if I go, for example, over here and I edit the project like this, uh, what I found it is when I edit the project, so the first problem that I found is that all the tasks are not going to be shown. And also, for example, if this one has been selected in this page and I edit it like this, it's not gonna be changing in here. So as you can see right now, everything is working fine, but I will just show you what the problem that I found and how to be able to fix this. So the first problem is when it comes to tasks, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the tasks list, and sorry, we're gonna go to the project window. So inside the project window, so we're gonna go to the edit project, and so the thing that I added is this line, meaning that the reason why I was having this problem is the project name inside each task wasn't updated as well. That's what was creating for us this problem. So to be able to fix this, I added this tasks property, and what we're seeing here for each task, we're going to update the task and we're going to update its project name by the data.project name that we introduced in our input. So that's the first fix. And the second fix to be able to update the chosen project that we want to edit, or the project that we already chosen or selected in the all tasks page, and it's going to be updated as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the project window in here, and in the finally block, we're going to add this if statement. So what we're saying, if the selected projects want to make sure that they're not null first, then we're going to say if the chosen project that already have been selected into the all tasks page is equal to the selected project that we want to edit, then we are going to update our chosen project like this. So this is basically how we can be able to fix this issue. And the next thing that I added is this form. So when I click on the new task window, so we're going to have this form to be able to add the new task. And as you can see, the visual design of our form is going to be pretty much similar to the project window. So the only difference that we're having in here, we added the task priority and the project. So here to be able to select the priority of each task from here, and when I click on the actual container or this placeholder, so we're gonna have this drop down, this beautiful drop down, open up to be able to choose the priority. So when I click on low, as you can see, our selected priority is going to be updated in here. And also we're going to be able to select the actual project. And notice here, so this drop down or the drop down that we're using here, so it's going to be the same drop down. The only thing that we're going to change is the context. So I'm going to show you how to be able to create this just to avoid creating duplicate code. So that's for the design of our drop down. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to create this. So the first thing, of course, we need to create the tasks window functional component. And if we go to open up the tasks window, so if I go all the way up, as you can see, we're having a lot of code. But I'm gonna explain the most important things, since there are a lot of things that I explained into the projects window will apply to the tasks window. But here, the difference that I'm doing here, I'm using or I'm creating a context. So as you can see, we're creating this tasks from context um, because we're going to use a lot of variables across all of these child components that are existing inside the tasks window, and the best way to do so to avoid using prompts for each functional component, which is going to make uh, reading the code hard, but also using it even harder. So that's where the uh, creating the context comes in to be able to avoid this problem. So this is what I did. And just to give you a brief reminder how to be able to create this context. So first we're going to define our structure, and then we're going to set the default state for each variable. As you can see, so we're having a lot of variables that we're using to make sure that everything is working. Then we're going to create our context. So it's the same steps that we used for creating our context API for our whole application. So here I'm doing it just for the task form window. And then we're going to create our use task form context to be able to consume our context and to be able to access to all of these variables at the top at the parent component, which is the tasks window from each child component that is existing within this context. And notice here we're having two new components, as I said, the priority selection and the projects selection. But before I start explaining these, how they are working, like these elements, I want to explain one thing that I'm using, the logic that I'm using. And as I said, that the dropdown that we are going to use, it's going to be the same dropdown, but we are going to use a different outcome. Like for example, when we click on here, so it is the same dropdown, but we're having um, different elements, and it's going to be very different for the project. And I want to first show you the logic that I'm using. So if we go all the way up in here, so we're creating the clicked selection. And this clicked selection, it's going to have the type, priority, or project. So meaning that when I click on this drop down and it is opened, I'm going to update the selection option with priority. So when I go to the tasks drop down here, I'm going to use the clicked selection in the turning operator of the JSX of the task drop down. So if it is priority, we're going to call this priority list component. Otherwise, we're going to call the project list component. So I'm not going to get into them now, but I want to just to focus step by step the logic that I'm using to be able to create this. So if we go back to the tasks window in here and we go all the way down, and we are going to access to these two elements just to be able to explain how we can be able to use the same dropdown with different outcome. So if we go on here, the priority selection here, as you can see inside the GSX, so we're having this journey operator that is going to be based on the priority, because as soon as we click on this element, what we are going to do, we are going to trigger this handle clicked selection, and here we are going to get all of these variables, the left and the top and the width, just to be able to position the dropdown as we saw in other dropdowns. We're going to open the tasks dropdown to true, which are these elements that we created from inside the use tasks form context, and then we are going to set the collect selection to priority. So when we go to the tasks drop down, and if this because this is going to be as priority, we are going to open up the priority list. So here, if we go to the priority list, what we are going to use is this priority list object or array that is coming from the use context, the use task form context. So let's go back to the tasks window, and here at the top, we're going to go to this list. So we're going to go all the way up, and this is the priority list. So those are the objects that we are using just to be able to show them inside this drop down. So they are going to have all of these properties, and the is selected, it's going to be false by default. So if we go back to the priority list here, so here what we are going to do, we are going to use this priority list.map function, and we are going to call for each priority the single priority. And here we are going to render each priority. And here, as you can see, we are going to update. So first, we are going to use each element, and we are going to put it inside this div just to be able to render it like this for each priority. And each time we click on the priority, we are going to trigger this update the priority. So this is what we are going to do. We're going to set the priority to the single priority, because the priority object, this is what we are using to be able to show it inside this box. Just when we click on the high priority, it's going to be shown in here. So the update is going to come from here. Then we're going to update our list just to make sure that we are going to change the background and the border, just to let the user know that the medium priority is what it is selected currently. So this is what we are going to do. We're going to use the set priority list, and this is coming from the parent component. Then we're going to update or close the tasks drop down. Just when we click on the priority, it's going to be closed automatically, just to make sure that things are looking good and professional. And this turn operator, this is what we are going to use to be able to update the background and the border based on what we clicked. And for the next projects, we're gonna do the same thing for this part. So let me open up the um, tab, and we're gonna do the same thing in here. So if we go to the tasks window here, and if we go at the bottom at the projects selection, so here what we're going to do when we click, so whenever we click on this part, we are going to trigger this handle click selection. So here what we are going to do, we are going to make sure that the project selection ref that current is not null, because we're having it in here, and we're creating a ref for this just to be able to extract the left and the top and the width from this box. And to be able to do so, we're going to use the get bounding client rect, and then we're going to update our tasks drop down position by using these properties. And then we're going to update the click selection by the project type, because as I showed you, are going to rely on it to be able to know which component that we are going to update or to load, this one or this one. Then we're going to open up the drop down. So if we go to the actual drop down, and here as you can see, we are going to use the turn operator, and since it's going to be project, we are going to actually load the project list component. So here, and also another thing that I want to show you, if we go back to the tasks window, so for the actual project that we are going to show, the projects that we are going to show in here, so we need to do a little adjustment. So if we go at the parent component, so here, as you can see, we're going to call the all projects from the context API, And we're creating another array that is going to be storing all the projects. But the difference here, as you can see, we're using another type, which is the project with selection. So if we go at the top to our type, so we're going to extend the project's type, which is this one, and we're going to add it to add the is selected property because we're gonna use it to be able to handle the selection. So whenever we click on the project, we're going to base on this to be able to change the selection and also change the colors. So here, as you can see in the context, in the use effect, so we're going to use the all project.map, and then we're going to add the is selected to each project that we're having inside this, and we're going to store the results inside the top all projects. Then we're going to update all projects with our new array. So this is basically what we're going to use to be able to show the projects in here. So let's go to the project list component, and inside the project list component, we're going to call this updated all projects from our context that we created in our task form, and we're going to use it to be able to map through each project, and we're going to call for each project the single project in here just to be able to show the elements like this. And in here, notice that we're using again the get icon component function to be able to convert the icon from text to the MUI icon. And here, whenever we are clicking on the actual project, we're going to trigger this update project state to be able to change the state of the all updated all projects whenever we are clicking on. And also we are updating the single project that we're using to be able to show in here, because each time that we click on any project, we're going to update the project variable to be able to show it in here, which is something that I didn't show you. So here, as you can see, we are calling the set project from the use task form context, because here inside the task form at the parent component, we're using the project to be able to store the project that we are clicking on inside the drop down, and we are showing it in here. So if we go back to the project list, so here, as you can see, we're going to use this is selected to be able to change the background orange and the border color, just to let the user know that this one is selected, this project that is selected. So this is basically how we can be able to create these two drop downs. And as you can see, there are a lot of work that we need to do to make sure that we are creating this. So we could use like a library, a UI library to be able to do this, but add this accuracy. I found that it is much better to build it yourself and to be able to have more control about what you're doing. And the most important thing, you are learning from this. And the next thing that I set for our new task window is the validation. So like for example, if I want to add a new task and the task name is still empty, so we're going to have the task name error. And also if we don't select the task priority or projects, so we're going to have these errors. But as soon as we modify things and if we log things out and we click on add task button, we're going to have the success message just to note that everything is working fine. But also we can be able to select the icon as well. And even I click on the add task again, so we're gonna still have the success message, meaning that we can be able to add or edit the task. So let's go back to the VS Code. And here we're going to use the Zod library again to be able to set the schema for the task name. So we're going to do this. We're going to create our Zod schema, and then we're going to infer the type of schema into the form data type. And then we're going to create our use form hook. So we're going to do basically the same thing that we did for the project window. So that's the first step, and also we need to pass down the register and the error object into the task input functional components. If we go at the bottom here, as you can see, we're going to have these two objects added inside the task input, and we're going to take these two objects from the prompt, and then we're going to use the register inside the input tag with the task name property. And here we're going to use this to be able to show the error message if it doesn't if it is not it doesn't fit the actual schema that we created. And also another thing that I want to show you for the selection error. So I'm not going to use the Zod library for this because we're creating so we're not using the select tag. So because we're creating our own selection, so um, I used the old way of doing things. I'm creating the selection error array that's going to have the ID, the label, the message, and the show. And also another thing that here I want to show you here into the submit. So, but first we need to use the selection error inside the context so you can be able to use it down the project's selection and the project's name, just to be able to update the error, the selection error whenever we whenever we change the actual selection or we want to show the error. So the first thing that I want to show you inside the onSubmit function, which is linked to the form tag. So when we click on the onSubmit, it's going to be triggered. And so the handle submit will have the so if we go down where it's going to have the onSubmit uh, this onSubmit function. So here we are going um, to see if the priority is null. So if it is null, and we want to make sure that the label inside each error of the selection error is equal to priority. So if these conditions are true, we're going to update the show error to true. So when we go to the priority selection, because here we're using the selection error and the set selection error because we added them inside our context. And here at the bottom of our of this div, so we're going to add this. So if the show property is true, we're going to show this span with the message inside of it. And also here, adding this just to be able to update the selection error. So when the user actually selects, so we're going to hide the error by setting the show property to false, and this is how I did it. So basically, it is the same thing that we're going to do for the project legs, so I'm not going to repeat this. And finally, for the button or for the icon button to be able to show the actual icon window to shows our icon. So what I did, I added the deselected icon. So if the selected icon is not null, meaning that we choose the icon, so we're going to convert the actual icon object into a text by using this function that we already created, and I explained it. And also to be able um, to open the window, we're going to use this onClick event listener, and we're going to set the open icon window to true so we can be able to open up the icon window. And we already created our logic to be able to select the icon in the window inside the project window. So that's pretty much how we can be able to do this. So also I showed you inside the onSubmit function, this is how we are going to handle if everything goes well. So if all the error, the show properties are false by using the every method, then we are going to log out the actual success. So this is where we're going to add the functions to add the new task or not. But first, I need to make sure that the task also exists or not. So I need to create this before we can be able to add the task. So I'm going to do this, then I'll be back to explain everything that I did. So now we can be able to add the new task successfully. So here we are in the all tasks page. So if I click on the new task and I add a task with the test name, and I'm gonna select the priority and the projects, and also so let's select this project here, and I click on add task. As you can see, the numbers were updated, and if I go to the project title, as you can see, we're gonna find our new project. So, and let's say that our project is selected, and I'm going to add the new task. Uh, one what I want to show you that also, even if we are selecting our project, it's going to still be updated when I add a new task. And if I go back to my old projects and I create a new project like this and click add project, and if I go to the project, as you can see, the project that I clicked on is selected automatically, and here, as you can see, we're not having anything yet. And if I add a project like this with this random name, and I'm going to add the priority and the test project. So as you can see right now, we're seeing our new project in the projects list, and I click on add project. As you can see, we're going to find our new project in here, and also the numbers were updated. And if I click on the all projects, also the numbers were updated, and we can see our new projects in here if we select all projects. So all the edge cases, as you can see, everything is working fine. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you some of the adjustments that I had to do to make this work. And we're going to start from the context API. So here, because we were using the in the task list, we were using the all tasks array inside this functional component, but we want to use it inside the context API so it can be shared with our other child components. So if we go to the context app, and so let's go to here, and as you can see, we're having the all tasks array, and this is going to just be updated when we get the data from the database. So we need to add it inside this use effect hook. And what we're going to do, we're going to extract the all tasks, the same thing that we did for inside the tasks list, and we're going to update the all tasks. So the area that we're going to work with is the project's data, which is the simulated data coming from the database. So after doing this, another thing that we need to do here, so make sure to delete this use effect because the problem that I found, so when the projects were sorted, also the tasks were sorted. So just to avoid having this problem, so that's why I created the all tasks array separately just to avoid this problem. And this use effect that we were having in here was doing this problem. So then we can go to the tasks window. I'm going to show you all the logic that I did to be able to add the new task. So it's not very hard. So here inside the submit, what we're going to do, we are going to add this if statement where I want to check that if the project, so sorry, we're going to go to the tasks function. So that's the function that I created. So, and we're going to pass in it the data so we can be able to access to the input. And in here in this function, as you can see, we're having the data prompt, and we're going to use the try and catch block. So here we're using the set is loading just to be able to show the saving word inside the button, just simulating the API request from the database to be able to add the task. but also we're going to use it when we start working with the database using MongoDB. Then we're going to simulate the data by creating a new promise. Then we're going to call this add new task uh, um, um, function. So the reason why I did this inside another function, because we're going to use another function called the edit new task. So it's going to be dependent on the value of the selected task that we are going to create. So that's the add new task. So we're going to pass in again the data that it is coming from its parent function, which is function. Here we're going to first creating our new task. So all of these are the properties. The ID, the title is going to come from the data. The icon, it's going to come from the selected icon. Otherwise, we're going to choose by default the menu book. So we're going to create our dates. The priority, so the priority is going to come from the priority, which is the variable state that we update whenever we click on the drop down. And here, so we're using if the priority is not null because it has a default value which is null. So we're going to use the priority name that has these three properties, or that is using union types. And by default, it's going to be low, and the project name, it's going to be the project title, which is the one that we selected in here, if you remember. So we're going to use the title, and the status, it's going to be by default in progress. And here we are going to update the tasks inside the project that we want, that we selected. And to be able to do this, we're going to use this map function. We're going to iterate through all the projects, and only the task, the property that we are going to change is based on the ID. So if they are equal, then we are going to add inside this task property the new task. Otherwise, we're going to keep for the other elements that don't have this matched their tasks. So that's why we're using these spread operators. And here what we are going to do, we are going to update the chosen project, because the chosen project is what we are relying on in here to be able to show this. So also we will need to update this, so can the numbers update as well. So this is what we are doing. We are using the chosen project, and here we're updating the tasks array of this chosen project. And then we're updating the remaining states, which are the all tasks and the set all projects that we are using to be able to show all the projects. And also another thing inside the tasks list here. The only difference, because we were creating the all tasks area inside this function, so we're going to use them from the context API like this, and nothing is going to change beside the use effect that I told you that we need to delete to avoid sorting the tasks when the projects are sorted. And finally, so this is how we can be able to create a new task and make sure that everything in here is updated simultaneously. And the next thing that we're going to do is to be able to update the task. So when I click on this task, as you can see, we're going to have all the information related to the task. So the task name, the icon, the priority, and the project where this task is. And also we're having the edit task label, and also for the button we're having the edit task. And also we're gonna open up again by clicking in this button or using this button. And because we're using the same window, as you can see when I click on the add new task, so all the information that we use to be able to show the task that we want to update are gone. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to create a variable where we're going to be storing the task that we click on. So here, as you can see, I created the selected task object or variable with its setter inside the selected task object. And of course, if we go down in here, we're going to find our two variables here. And also after adding the types of these variables, or these states, we need to add them inside the value property, which is these. And after that, we're going to go to the task list, and we're going to go to the single task functional component that we're using to be able to render each task. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to call these variables from the context API. And here in the on-click event listener, when we click on the name of the task, we are going to update the selected task by the task that we're using as a prompt inside the single task. Then we are going to open up the task window by using the set open task window. So the same on click event listener, we're using it inside the button, the edit button. So next, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the tasks window, and here we're going to go to the header functional component. So we need to update the add task phrase to the edit task, and we're going to rely on the selected task to be able to do this. And basically, this is what I'm doing inside this span. So if it is not null, meaning that we're going to edit the task, we're going to use this. Otherwise, we're going to use the add new task. And inside the on-click event listener, also I added the selected task as null because we need to set it back to null. So when we want to create a new task and open the window, so we're not going to find the previous information from the task that we want to edit. And also if we go add the footer, so we're gonna do the same thing in here. So after the is loading is false, so we're gonna go to this block, and if the selected task is not null, we're going to use the edit task phrase. Otherwise, we're going to use the add task. And in the on-click event listener of the cancel button, make sure to add the selected or the set selected null to set it back to null. So after doing this, we're going to go all the way up inside this use layout effect that we were using to be able to reset the information, the input, the priority and the icon and the project. But here we're gonna add another else statement, and we're gonna rely on the selected task. So if it is null, meaning that we're going to create a new task, we're gonna go to this block. Otherwise, we're going to update all of these states. So the first one is we're gonna use the set value since we're using React form hook. Uh, React form, we're using the use form hook, and we're going to update the value of the task name input by the selected task title. Then we're going to update the priority like this. So the first thing we're going to extract the list from the priority list by using or matching the selected task priority and the priority name inside the priority list. And we're going to update wherever that we're having element with the set priority. Also for the project, we're going to do pretty much the same logic. We're going to extract the project from the updated all projects based on the name of the project name in property inside the selected task. Then we're going to update the set project to be able to render it in so let me open this up in this place. Then we are going to update our icon like this. We're going to extract again the icon from the all icons array. Then we're going to update the set selected icon with the result that we found here, so we can see the update in here. And also if we click, so if we go back to the uh, so if we so as you can see, the icon is uploaded in here. So the reason why this icon wasn't found selected in here because it is not here. But if I create a new task like this, so let me create a new task and I'm going to select it from here and I add a new task. And if I go here and if I click on this, I'm going to find the icon here is selected. So it's not a big problem, but as you can see, everything is working fine. So the next thing that I need to do, I need to actually update the task inside the project by creating a new function, which is the edit task function. And then we are gonna be able to update the task. So when I click on this one, and let's say, for example, I want to edit like, so let's choose another project and let's choose another priority, and we're going to change the icon and click on edit. So as you can see, because we changed the project, so right now this project that we are selecting, the task is not existing anymore in here. But if we go to the project title, as you can see, we're gonna find our updated task with the icon and the name, but also, of course, the actual project. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And as you can see, it is a pretty long code, and it took me quite a while to be able to figure that out because there are a lot of steps that we need to go through in order to make this update successful. So as you can see, I wrote some comment just to see what I'm going to do, but also to not get lost into the code. And here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our object that we want to update based on the selected task. And then we're going to update the properties like this based on the input that we updated. Then we're going to update all projects tasks area to move the task that the project uh, to the project that we selected, because as you saw, so when here, if we go down to this task and we want to change the project, so we need to also change the tasks area inside the all projects when we click on the edit. So when I click on edit, it's going to go back to the project in here, and because of this code. So I'm gonna try to explain this code. So as you can see, it is pretty long, and I think it is pretty complex. So we're going to go through this step by step. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to map through each project, and we're going to see if the project, if this title of this project is equal to the update task, that project name. And we're going to check if this task exists inside this project. So if it exists, so we are going to update the existing task like this. Otherwise, we're going to add the task into the project. And if it already exists, we're going to just remove it from the tasks property or area by using the filter method. Then we're going to update the all tasks area that we're using to be able to show all the tasks in here. And then we're going to update the chosen project that we're using or that we're selecting. So whenever we are clicking on this, the chosen project is going to be updated in here, but also in the tabs. So this is basically how we are going to do this. So we're going to use the same logic that we did for here. So we want to check that if the project chosen project that ID equal to the project ID that we selected. So if it is, we are going to update the task. Otherwise, we are going to remove the task that we updated. Then we are going to update the chosen task like this, and we're going to use the setters so we can to make sure that everything is going to be rendered out in our DOM. So after being able to edit the task, right now we can be able to delete the task. So for example, let's select this or this project, and we're going to delete this project. So as you can see, it has been deleted, and also our chosen project also has been updated. We can see the number decreased by 1 because we deleted the project. And if we go to the all projects, right now we're having 6 tasks. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you the delete task function. So it's pretty simple. So we're going to add all of these prompts and then we're gonna follow all of these steps. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to remove the task from all projects like this. Then we're going to update the all tasks array. Then we are going to update the chosen project, the project that we are um, using to be able to show it in here for the selection. So we are going to update this one, and then we are going to update the all project states just to make sure that everything is going uh, to be seen and rendered in the UI. And also another thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the uh, tasks list, and in here inside this single task functional component, we're going to add these two setters inside the onClick event listener. So we're going to update the selected task, and then we're going to open up the task window. And also make sure to add them, of course, inside the use context app so you can be able to access to them. So after doing so, we're going to go to the um, confirmation window. So inside the confirmation window, so we already used this to be able to delete the project, but we're going to use the same window to be able to delete the task. And we are going to do some adjustments. So here, as you can see, I added the header and the message variable states because since we're going to use one window for both projects and tasks, so we need to be able to update these states to update the header and the message. So we're going to use these states to be able to do this. So here, if we go down at here inside the use effects, so we're gonna be able to update the header and the message based on the selected project or the selected task. So if this is not null, meaning that we're going to delete a project, we're going to use these words. Otherwise, if we are going to delete a task by using the selected task, we are going to update the header and the message like this. And we're going to use the header and the message variables inside our JSX like this. And also what we're going to do, we are going to use the selected project and the selected task just to know which function that we are going to call to delete whether the task or the project. So I added this if statement. So if the selected project is not null, we're going to call this function. Otherwise, if the selected task, we're going to call the delete task to be able to delete the task. And finally, in the finally block, so I added this. So the chosen project only is going to be set to null if the selected task is not null, meaning that if we are in the all tasks page, we don't want to update the chosen project. And here into the toast.success notification, so we're going to use the stirring operator just to know whether we're going to use the word or the task project word or the task word. And so this is basically how we can be able to delete our task and using the confirmation window. And also another thing that I want to show you inside the tasks function is the edit um, function. So here, as you can see, we're using the function that I showed you inside the tasks window. Um, if we go, so if we go to the on submit here, as you can see, we are calling the update task and projects function. So instead of using um, all the things needed to be able to update the tasks and the projects in here as I showed you. So I moved all the code inside this function, and then I'm calling it inside the task window, inside the else block whenever we want to modify our task. And before we move on, I want to let you know that I updated the edit project. So whenever we are updating the project, and because we introduced the all tasks and the set all tasks, the problem that I was facing is when, for example, I update this project, the project name that are associated or the task's name or the project name and the task associated into this project in here weren't updated because we are using the all tasks array, which is separate than the all projects array to be able to show all the tasks here. So to be able to solve this problem inside the edit project into the project window, make sure to add the set tasks and the set all tasks. And here, if we go to the function, here we're going to add this to be able to update our all tasks. And if the project name of the task is equal to the selected project title, meaning that that's the task that we're going to update its project name. And we're going to use this set all tasks to be able to update that into the UI. And the next thing that I added is to be able to update the status of the actual task. So when I click on this task, as you can see, it's going to go to the completed tasks tab, but also notice that the numbers changed, but also the progress bar changed. So if I select one of these projects and I do the same thing here, as you can see, as long as I'm checking all the tasks, the progress bar is updating as well the completed tasks. And when I click on one of these elements that are completed, they're going to go back to the ongoing tasks, and also the progress bar is going to be updated. And also another thing that I added is I updated the colors of the circle based on the priority of the task. So as you can see, everything is working fine. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the tasks list. So here, if we go at the top, so this is the function that we're going to use to be able to update our status. But first we need to create this checked and this set checked variable that is going to be linked to the checkbox. So as you can see, the checked value is linked to the checked property. And also I added some CSS styling properties of the checkbox just to make sure that it's going to be orange color. And when we click on the checkbox, we're going to trigger this update status. And this is function that is going to be triggered to be able to update our the status of the task inside the all projects, the tasks, and the chosen projects, and the all tasks. So this is basically what we're going to do. We're going to update the all projects, but first we're going to get our new state based on the checked value. So if it is true, uh, so if the checked is true, so we're going to make it in progress. Otherwise, we're going to make it complete. And then we're going, based on this, we're going to update the task that is associated to the project. And also we're going to update the all tasks. But first we need to create our updated tasks array. Then we're going to update the chosen project, which the variable that we're using to be able to update the progress bar, and also all of these numbers in here. And then we're going to use these states to be able to update everything. And finally, I want to show you how to be able to change the color of the circle of the priority, but the first thing that I did, I created this object with the key and pair values, and we're going to use the key indexes inside. If we go all the way down into the priority, we're going to use the task that priority as a key inside the priority colors, so we can be able to get the string, which is the color that we want, or the utility class that we want to be able to make this color updated based on the priority. So this is basically how we can be able um, to make this update of the status whenever we check the actual task. So the next logic that I added is when we create a new project, so we're going to have this empty, and when we click on this button to be able to add the task from here, as you can see, we're going to have the new task window open up, but the difference here, the project that we want to add the task in has been selected automatically, as you can see. So all we have to do is to enter the task name, select the priority, select an icon, and click on add. And as you can see, the task has been added successfully. So just to make things easier to the user and without having to go to the all page or to the all tasks page, so we can be able to just add the task from here. And if we click on the project, as you can see, there is our new task. And let's go back to the VS Code to show you how to create this logic. So we're gonna create another variable called the project clicked, and based on it, we are going to update our project and the new task window, and also to know whether we clicked on the task from. We want to add the task from the all project page rather than the all tasks page. So as you can see, this is our project clicked variable. And then we're going to go to the single project card here. So in the project card body functional component, we're going to create this function. So first we need to call the set project click so we can be able to update the project clicked with the project. And here, this function is going to be linked to the onClick event listener of this icon. And then to be able to open up the task window, we're going to use this. And then we're going to extract the project that we want from the all projects by using the find method. So it's if it is not undefined, then we're going to update the project clicked variable with the project that we found in this variable. So after doing so, we're going to go to the task window. And we're going to go straight to the use effect, hook. So this use effect hook that we were using to be able to whether load the information of the task or not. So inside the selected task, inside this if block, so if the selected task is null, we're going to check if the project clicked is not null. If it is not null, meaning that we clicked on the button in the project from the all projects page. So we're going to update the set project so we can be able to update the project selection. Then we're going to update the all projects array that we're using. So if we open up this that we're using for this dropdown, so also we're going to update the is selected as true so it can be selected from here. So this is what we are doing. Else we're going to set the project null because as you can see here, we're using the set project as well. So if this was at the bottom in here, so we're not going to be able to update the project state. So that's why I put it inside this else statement. So only if this project clicked is null, then we can set the set project as null, so we can have the selection empty into this box. And also if we go down in here, so if we go down to the try and catch block, so after we finish the process of creation, we need to set the project null, project clicked as null to reset it as null to avoid when we want to create a new project to avoid having the project selected into the project drop down. So, and also another thing that I want to show you inside the task window is inside the, so let's go to the header, and what I want is to be able to update or reset the project clicked as null when we click on the close icon. And also if we go all the way down at the bottom of the footer functional component, also we are going to set it as null. So this is basically how I did it to be able to just add the project or the task just from here. And the next element that I added is to be able to sort the tasks. Like here, when I click on this, as you can see, we're going to be able to sort the elements, and the same thing if I change the options. And let's say we are um, using this option and we click on the new task and I add something like this with this name, and I click on add task. As you can see, the task is going to be added at the bottom because it starts with C, and we are setting this as an option. And if, for example, I choose this option and I create a task that begins with A and create a new task, so it's going to be at the bottom, as you can see. So because we are setting this option in our sorting drop down. And also I'm going to show you how to be able to open up the drop down at this place, since we're going to use the same drop down that we're using inside here. So the only thing that I need to fix is since this sorting of the projects is it's not going to update the sorting of the tasks because we are using another array. The problem here, because we are using the same drop down, so the selection it is linked. So they are associated. So I need to find a way how to be able to dissociate this by using the same drop down. But now I want to just show you how to be able to make this drop down. So the first thing that I'm going to show you is how we can be able to open this drop down at this position. And the first functional component that we're going to go to is the task subheader. So inside the sorts by button functional component, we're going to add all of these variables that we're going to work with from the context API. And here, the first thing that I'm doing, I'm creating this sort ref inside this div. And also I'm creating this open the sorting drop down functional component. And here we're going to get the top and the left and the width of this reference of this div, which is this one, just to be able to update all of these variables inside the sorting dropdown. And of course, we are using the set open sorting dropdown to true, so you can be able to open up the dropdown. And if we go to the sorting dropdown, so here we already established the top and the left and the width because we worked with the same dropdown for the all projects. So that's the first step that I did. Then I'm going to show you how we can be able to sort the actual um, tasks. And also inside the tasks list, make sure to add the all tasks in this area dependency inside the filter tasks um, function, because the problem that I found is even the sorting happening, but it wasn't rendered in the UI because I wasn't including the all tasks variable inside the filter tasks that we are using to be able to show the list into the UI. So after that, we're going to go to the sorting dropdown, and I'm going to show you how to be able to trigger the actual sorting. And here we're going to start from the handle options selection. So here we want to only trigger the sorting when we are in the all tasks page. And this is what I did. So I added this if and else statement. So only if so we're going to use the sidebar menu to be able to know whether we are in the all page, all tasks page, or the all projects page. So if this is selected, meaning that we are in the all projects, so we're going to just uh, execute this to be able to sort only the projects. And if the next element selected inside the sidebar menu, which is the all task pages, we're going to sort our our tasks. And here I'm going to show you how to be able show you the sort function. So the sort all tasks function is going to accept the all tasks array and the selection option value. And we're going to do the same thing that we did for the all projects. So if we go to the sort projects, so that's the function that we were using, we used, and I just copied and pasted in here, and I just made the changes of the area, which is the all tasks. And also I'm creating this use effect hook just to be able to, because the problem that I encountered is the re-rendering, the infinite re-rendering of our component or of our variable, which is all tasks, just to be able to fix this. So I added this JSON that's stringify. So we're gonna compare the references of the because the JSON.stringify will do a deep copy of the arrays, and where it's going to convert them into string, which can help us to compare the array inside the sorted tasks with the array of the all tasks, because they're gonna have a different reference, and then that's going to prevent us from creating this infinite loop. And also the all tasks, it's going to be an area dependency of the use effect hook. So this we added just to make sure that when we update the tasks, whether deleting, adding, or editing the task, so that's it's going to run, which it's going to sort the actual tasks. So this is basically how we can be able to do the sorting. And also another thing that I want to show you inside the tasks subheader is this sorting label, just to make sure that this is going to change depending on what we clicked on. And the problem here, as I said, because we're using the same drop down or the same um, area to be able to select from the drop down. Like for example, when I click on the newest tasks, and if I go back in here, I'm going to find the newest projects. And if I do the same in here, so I'm going to find the clicked option in here as well. So I need to find the fix and the solution for this. Then I'll come back to explain what I did. So now when we change the sorting option into the all projects, and I go back on here to the all tasks page, as you can see, it hasn't been updated. It means that right now the two drop-down selections are completely dissociated. To be able to do this, the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to create for each page its own drop down area. So for this, it's going to be for the project, and this for it's going to be for the task. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the drop down, so to the sorting drop down. And since right now we're using two arrays, that have the same structure. So here, what we are going to do, we are going to check if the sidebar menu first index is selected. So if it is, meaning that we are into the projects page. So we are going to store inside the storing option area the sorting options project. Otherwise, we're going to store the sorting options task. And if we go to the handle to the function that when we click, we changes the array. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to update this. So we're going to use instead the sorting options array because it's going to be updated depending on the page that we are in for the selected property. And when we click on the handle option selected, what we are going to do here, we are going to use the sorting option array. And here what I did inside this if statement, we are going to only update the sorting options project. And for this one, we're gonna only update the sorting options task. And here inside the use effect to be able to update the all projects whenever we are we are going to sort the all projects whenever we are updating the project. What we are going to do in here, we are going to use the sorting options project instead of using the old sorting options array. And the same thing that we're going to do inside the use effect hook for the all tasks. So we're going to use instead the sorting options task. So that's how I was able to fix this problem. And then we're going to go to the project subheader. So the parts that we are showing this text in here. So here we are going, since we updated the array, we are going to add the sorting option project array, which is this one, and we're going to add it in here. And also we are going to add the um, yeah, so that's for the this part. And for the task subheader, we're going to do the same thing in here. So we're going to call the sorting options task, and um, we're going to use it. So we're going to use it to be able to, we're going to use it inside here to be able to update the text of the selected option. And the next thing that I added is the landing page. So that's going to be the design of the landing page. So we're having the header, we're having the title, the message, the button to get people to use the application. Here we're going to use the image of the application, and these are the features of our application. And also I set up the clerk for authentication. So I'm already authentified. That's why I'm having the button dashboard. And when I click on the dashboard, as you can see, you will find the name or the image of my Google account. And also if, for example, I uh, show the sidebar like this, we're gonna see the name and my full name and my email coming from my Google account because I was authentified by clerk. And so I'm going to show you how to set that up, but I'm gonna start by doing an update into the structure of the application. And what I did here, I moved this file that we worked that is the dashboard of showing all the projects and the sidebar. I moved it inside the dashboard page or the dashboard route. And so that's the first update. And the second one is I created inside the page.tsx all of this code to be able to show the landing page. So we're having the navbar, the CTA section, and the features. So for the navbar, so that's going to be the full GSX of it. And next, I'm going to show you the CTA section. So I'm going to just go very, very quickly showing you the GSX. And also, after that, we're having the features section. So that's the feature functional component. So we're creating this array, and we're going to use this array inside the GSX so we can be able to show each feature like this, and those are all the JSX elements to make sure that this is going to be rendered. And also if I go to the landing page again, so this is going to be fully responsive as you can see. So that's something cool to have. So finally, I'm going to show you how to be able to install Clerk. So the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to go to this website to be able to save code, and we're going to install the Clerk package. Then we're going to go to Clerk. So I'm going to go to Clerk. So after creating an account in their website, so click on create application and type in the name of the application that you want. So I'm not going to do this again. So I already created for the project master, and here, so after creating it, you will have a page to be able to copy the API keys. So for the API keys, so those are the API keys that Clerk will provide you, and make sure to copy these and go back to your um, project and create the .env.local and paste your API keys in here. Next, what we're going to do, we're going to go to create also these variables inside our .env.local. So after sign in, we're going to when we want to sign in, we're going to go to this route. Sign up, we're going to go to this route. And when after signing in, we're going to go to the dashboard route, and the same for the sign up. And also make sure to create a file, this middleware.js file, and also make sure to create the sign-in page. And inside of it, make sure to create this sign-in with the brackets like this. And in the page.tsx, we're going to create this one. And for this, make sure also to create the sign-up page. And also inside of it, create the page.tsx and add this code as well. And finally, we're going to go to the layout.jsx and make sure to add the click provider object and wrap it between all of these code, and also make sure to import the click provider from the clerk package. So after doing that, what we're going to go, we're going to go to the sidebar. So we're going to go to the um, dashboard page, and we're going to go to the sidebar, and in here in the profile functional component, we are going to call the use from the user hook from Next.js package. We're going to add this image tag from Next.js, and we're going to add the user.image URL to the source property, and we're going to add these properties which are mandatory, and also we're going to add the last name and the first name like this, and also we're going to add the email address like this. So that's basically how all the changes that I did to make this work. And the next step that I'm going to show you is to be able to use the database. So we're going to use MongoDB, but also we're going to store the user whenever he authentifies and access the dashboard, it's going to be automatically saved into the database. So I'm going to show you everything step by step. So we're going to start from MongoDB. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our database or our project. As you can see, I already created the project. I called it project master. And as you can see, I created the cluster needed to be able to do so. And so I'm not gonna, so because like you can find um, how to be able to create a database. So it's pretty simple to set. So I'm not gonna go through this. And after creating your database. And the next thing that we will have to be able to connect that with the VS Code, we will get this string So that's what we are going to use um, to be able to connect to our database. So make sure to create the Mongo uh, URL variable and add in it the string, and also make sure to add your name and your password here that is delivered by MongoDB. So after doing this, we're going to create our function to be able to establish the connection with the database. So I created a folder called um, libs. So inside of it, I created this function called connect.ts, and also we need to install MongoDB. So make sure to type in npm mongoose like this to be able to connect and all use all the functionalities from MongoDB. So this is the actual function. Then we're going to create our first schema, which is the user. So I created this models folder called user schema. So this is the file, or this is the code that we are going to use to be able to create our model or our schema into the database. So after doing that, what we're going to do, we're going to create our API folder, and in it's the webhooks folder, and we're going to add in all this code in here. So that's the code that I added, and also you can find the total um, uh, doc concerning the using the webhooks. So let me go to the page just to show you uh, the documentation to follow if you are stuck. So um, that's the documentation to be able to establish and create or save the information from the use of the user to the database. So this is the route TS that I'm talking about, and this is the code that I took from here and I pasted it in here. So the only difference that I did is this to be able to create a new user. And here in the try and catch method, we're going to connect to the database, use the function that we created, and we're going to use the create method, the create method to be able to create our new user. So, and also, so after adding these things, we're gonna go to um, the dashboard, your dashboard, then go to your webhooks, and but first we need to because using webhooks, your website need to be into the internet, so that's why we need first to deploy it. So as you can see, I already deployed the project, and make sure to deploy the project and add all the variables, the environment variables into the project. So make sure that that is working, and copy the domain name that was given to you after deploying the project, and then go back to the webhook section and hit the endpoint at endpoint, and paste your URL in here and add, like I'm going to show you the one that I created. So I added the API and the webhooks, and also after that, make sure to add when you want to create the endpoint. So at the bottom in here, make sure to check all of these elements to be able to allow the user creation of uh, to be able to allow to listen to the event where when the user creates a new account. So, and also make sure to take the sign-in secret here and go to your project. And after that, um, so I'm going to access to the project just to show you where you need to put the environment variable. Um, so go to the settings, and in the environment variable, also make sure to add the webhook secret, this the name of this variable, with the API key that was given to you. So this is basically how we can be able to create our user into the database. So if we go to the our MongoDB and click on user, and you can see that we created successfully the user into the database. And next, I created the post method to be able to add the projects, but also the get method so you can be able to pull the projects out of the database. Like as you can see right now, these projects are really stored into the database. So if I go to the collection, the projects, and into the projects collection, as you can see, we're gonna find our two arrays or our two projects. So if I reload the page, so and I go back, so we are waiting just to get the projects. So as you can see, it took quite a while to be able to get the project, and as you can see, those are the projects that we're having inside the database. So I'm going to show you first the schema that we need to create for the project. So this is the schema. So this one for the task and this one for the project. And here we are creating our model. So after doing this, we're going to create another API, which is the projects API, and we're going to create a route.js. And as you can see, we're having the post method, so we can be able to handle the post request. So whenever we want to create a new project, and so this is going to be the whole structure of it, but also we're having the get method so you can be able to pull out the information or the projects from the database. So we're going to rely on the clerk user ID parameter so you can be able to just get the projects for each user depending on the clerk user ID that is generated by clerk itself. And this is how we are going to get all the projects from our database by using the get method, and this is the structure. So now, because there is no link between the API and the front end, except the get method, because I'm using to be able to fetch the data and to show it into the database. The post method is not yet. And to be able to just test things out, um, I'm using uh, the sender client. Sorry, I forgot its name. The sender client to be able to post and create a new project and just see how things are working. And as you can see, I'm using the post method, and this is the route. And this is the JSON format that I'm using. And as you can see, the status to 200, which is okay, just to be able to add projects inside our database. Now I'm going to show you how to be able to fetch the data. So I did an update inside the context app. So the first thing that we're going to do, because we're going to use the ID from clerk just to be able to extract the specific projects depending on the ID. So we're going to use all of these variables from the user hook provided by clerk. And inside the use effect, so it's going to be here a little bit different. We're going to add these, all of this as an area in the area dependency and here into the fetch method. So we're not going to simulate anymore the delay by using the new promise. Right now, we're going to use the fetch method by hitting this API route, and the clerk user ID, it's going to be different depending on the user variable, and we're going to extract the data as a JSON, and we're gonna store it inside the data variable. And here we're going to extract all the tasks, of course, as we did, and then we're going to update our variables like this. So we're going to update all tasks by the variable here that is dependent on the data, and here we're going to update the all projects depending on the data.projects. So only if the is loaded is true and the is signing is true, then we're going to be able to fetch the data. So this is how we can be able to do so. And as you can see, everything is working fine, and we can be able to get the data from the database successfully. And now we can be able to add, delete, and modify the project that we want. So I already created these projects as I showed you. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a new project. So I'm going to choose another icon and click on Add Project. As you can see, the project has been added successfully. And if I load the page again, so we're gonna find our project. So let's say that now I want to update this project. So I'm going to add the update word. And here I'm going to update the icon. I click on edit. As you can see, the actual project has been updated just to show you. And as you can see, the information remain the same. And now if I want to delete the project, I can do so by clicking on delete, and here you go. The project has been deleted successfully, and if I reload the page, as you can see, the project is not here anymore. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start by our route.js. And I'm going to show you the first uh, method that I created, which is the delete method. So that's the actual code of it. And we're going to use the find and one and delete method, and we're going to rely on the ID to be able to delete the project from the database. And also, we're having the put method to be able to modify and update the project. And this is the code that we're going to use. So we're going to get the information from the client, and then we're going to connect to the database. Then we're going to use the find one and update method to be able to update all the data like this, all the project. And also we're going to use this put method to be able to update the tasks, since the tasks array is inside the project. So which is come very handy, and it's going to make our code less complicated. So after doing so, creating all the methods needed, so we're going to go to the project's action. So here we need to update our functions, so we can be able to fetch the data or use the fetch method by using the proper method. Like for example, for the new project, we're going to use the post method, and this is how we are going to add the project from the client to the server. So we added this function in here, and then we're going to call it lastly. And this is the actual function. And also make sure to add the user. So we're going to use this user from clerk, so you can be able to get the ID and store it inside the clerk user ID. So that's for the adding the projects. So now let's go to the edit project. So here we're not gonna add any prompt. The only thing that we are going to add is this put project method to be able to update our project and send it to the server for the update. And this is how we are going to make the update. And lastly, we're having the delete method. So that's for the delete method. So we're going to use the delete method in here inside the fetch method. And as you can see, all the remaining code and everything is working fine. So the last thing that we need to do is to be able to update the project, meaning that we need to add the new project, delete, or uh, update the task. And here what we are going to do, we're going to use the put method again to be able to do all of this, since the task is inside the project schema. And now we can be able to add, delete, and update the task. So as you can see here, I created a new project. So when I click on this button, So we're going to create a new task, and I'm going to select the task priority, and the project is already selected for us. And let's change the icon and click on add task. So as you can see, the task has been added. And if I reload the page, our task uh, is saved successfully into the database. Right now, I'm going to show you when we update our task like this. And let's choose another icon. We're going to make the priority low, and we're going to change the project and click on edit. And if we go to the test, the project is not here anymore, but it has been saved or moved to this project successfully with the data that we updated. And if I click on here, and as you can see, the um, the task is in the completed tasks tab. And if I reload the page and I go back in here, so I'm gonna find my updated task in here. So as you can see, everything is going well. So the last function that I'm going to show you is the deletion. So after deleting the task and I reload the page, so we're not going to find the task because it has been deleted successfully into the database. So right now, everything is working fine and all the CRUD operations for either the project and the task is working perfectly. So we're going to go back to the code and I'm going to show you how to do so. So we're going to go to the tasks function. So here, as I said, we're going to use the put method uh, from the project to be able to do this. So here, the only thing that I added inside the try and catch block is this code to be able to update the project into the database. And seemingly, we're going to use the same structure for all the other tasks. Normally, I need to create a function just to be able to call whenever um, updating or adding a new task. So that's for the update of the task. So let's toggle this. And in here, so the code, so it's going to be the same to be able to add the new task because the only thing that we are doing here is we are updating the whole project. And the same thing that we're doing for the deletion of the task inside the try and catch block and the update status or the update status function. So we're doing the same thing in here. So inside the try and catch block, the only thing that is changing is the tasks array. So this is how we can be able to do all of this. And as you can see, everything is working fine.